What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth. We are back again. This is, what's today, Friday? Is today Friday? It's fucking Friday, y'all. Come on in, join me. Come to the dark side. It's time to come to the dark side. Yes. All right, let me go do my stuff. When y'all get in here, oh God, I hate this lady. Her voice just annoys the piss out of me. Her I just can't. I can't do it. Give me a moment to get my stuff shared out to my peoples, and we'll get this show on the road, as they say. Let me share to this, and you get one, and you get one. Everybody gets one. Okay, boom, boom. Andy, I haven't seen Andy in a while. I am live. Also, if you guys don't get notified when I go live, you can go onto my profile. At the top, there's like a bell. I believe it's at the top of the profile. You can click it and choose what notifications you get from which creator. So you can do that to other creators as well. You can have it notify you for everything, for posts and videos, or going live and or one or the other. I am live, sent separately. Okay. And welcome in, guys. Thanks for joining us. We haven't really gotten started yet. Let's get those likes up to like 10K if we could. That'd be great. If y'all want to start tapping, smash me right in the face. Let's do that. If you like or hate the background, let me know. This was a little less yelly than the last one. You know, I had the two red and blue faces like screaming at each other. It was kind of the antithesis of what the show originally started as, but we're rebuilding and we're getting back to it. So we got some time. I kind of like it. I'm getting used to it. It's a little, you know, it's got some like native theme to it as well. Pretty good shit. Hey, what's up, Jesse? Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. Who all we got in here? Well, we got 9 people. Jesse, Doc, Patriot Pommy, Pamela Larson. Interesting. That's a long-ass name. It's like the longest name I've ever seen on TikTok. Anyway, is this cutting into the... Okay, sweet. Yeah, actually, redid this. Everything else is static on the picture, all the words, except for these two things. Oh, this is... Let me do something real quick. Let me fix that. I've got a bit of an issue here. Let me... move that. Let me do it again. Let's see if this fixes it. Little housekeeping here. Housekeeping. Is that racist? For me to say that? Housekeeping. But if that offends you, think harder. We good. Yeah, let me try this here. Let's see. There we go. Okay. My video was covering up this other part. Stay muted when not talking. I'm getting sick of the people, you know, putting you in your pocket and all that sound. You want towel? Do you want towel, Jesse? Yes, it comes from the times whites hired cleaners. Well, it's funny because, you know, I've stayed at a motel quite often over the last year or two, and it's they literally do that. You know, housekeeping, and it's always, you know, it's always somebody who you try to communicate with and they can't speak English, which I have no problem with, but it does bug me to know that the owner of those motels do it because they can, you know, they want cheap labor, and probably, you know, aren't paying any taxes on those people. The government probably doesn't know they're there. Tommy Boy, I love that movie. My brother and I could fucking recite like all of that shit. So I don't know if you guys saw this or not, but Trump cuts off funding for childcare across all 50 states. Fucking wild. Absolutely wild. This guy is, I feel like he's doing this to get people to stop talking about Epstein, because what better way to fuck with your kids and your life to get you to talk about something other than Epstein, right? And for the record, I've got Katie Johnson's video. I don't know if you guys have seen it. I should probably play it just as a matter of course to tell Trump to go fuck himself. Did you also see that kid had help from Republicans in that state too? Are you talking about Nikki Shirley, the little bitch boy? This motherfucker. Right. Matter of fact, you know what? I didn't go get that video. Let me get that video. That little shit stain. What a shit stain this guy is. Nick Shirley. Ukraine. Let's see here. This fucking idiot.
No, you very well. I think it's so obvious, but it's important.
Okay. Where's it at? There's a video of him. Yeah, here we go. This is Nick Shirley. I think this is in 2024. Let me pull this up here. This little punk ass.
I'm from you. Hey, Slava Ukraini.
Can't even spell you or.
Slava Ukraini.
He's a little punk. You know, the implication here is that, oh, there's no war in Ukraine. And then when he was called out on it, matter of fact, let me go up and show you this video. Now, this isn't what I'd planned to talk about, but yeah, listen to this.
Literally just said that this guy is the best journalist in the world. But that doesn't quite add up, because when I confronted Nick about what he did here in Kyiv, he said what he was doing wasn't journalism, it was satire. And his entire reporting started to fall apart. Look at this. So here's the caption you put up. $175 billion goes a long way. This is the capital of Ukraine. What was the idea of the original tweet?
To show that what is happening in Ukraine, and to show that people are still living a somewhat normal life in certain areas of, such as Kyiv.
Well, I think what you were doing is to try and show that there maybe isn't a war in Ukraine. You were basically trying to ride this sort of Tim Pool grifter type wave, saying, you know, pulling silly faces,
calling his ass out.
People of this country saying, this is where your tax dollars are going. You cannot avoid that. That's what you were doing. Why can't you admit that?
Because I do not believe by making satire on the internet commits a crime by any means.
Satire.
And
Okay, so
be going back.
this is a huge revelation. So you were actually doing satire.
In that post,
So it was satire.
is there anything wrong with satire?
Okay, so you're telling me now that this was a joke and
So that video about Ukraine, this motherfucker claimed that it was satire. It was satire. And he calls himself a journalist. And Trump and the vice president and all these other idiot MAGAs are coming out acting like this guy is he's one of the greatest independent journalists. They even compared this motherfucker to Pulitzer Prize winning journalists, saying he's done more in an hour than they ever did in their whole lives. This guy who, it's satire. It wasn't satire, you little shit stain. We know exactly what you were doing. You're implying, and the guy rightly points out, it's like, well, why didn't you make sure everybody knew that it was satire? Because it wasn't. This guy is getting paid. I'd put fucking money on it that this guy is getting paid and pushed and propped up by, who the fuck ever, some MAGA fucking cult headquarter meeting to get him to go out and do stupid shit like this, and then idiots run with it as if it's, oh my God, this is the greatest thing since sliced bread. Look at that. The doors on the daycare center, you can't see through it. That must mean it's fraudulent. Forgive me. There was a place in Owasso, Oklahoma, daycare center. It was like a daycare center. So you would bring your child, you drop them off for a couple of hours, whatever. You could just pay for a couple of hours and go. There were no windows. There was no playground. It was completely, you couldn't see inside. You couldn't open the door, which is, I think, pretty standard for daycare centers. I would imagine. And it was legit because I'd paid them money, I paid them cash. So, wife and I could go out on on a date or whatever back in the day. And this idiot who doesn't even probably have kids, he like that CNN, I don't know if you guys saw that CNN interview, just demolishes this guy. And he has the same look on his face, just this, like when you call him out on his bullshit, he resorts to like, I'm stupid. Don't look at me. This is satire. Nick Shirley CNN clip. And see, I wasn't even going to talk about this, but this guy is the reason that all this shit's happening. Of course, I think it was on purpose. Right here. This guy's a fucking loser. What a loser. Okay. And of course, real journalists have since come out. They've gotten footage from inside of these daycares. There's security footage from one of the daycares, guys. When the guy came up, when Nikki Shirley went up to the door, they have footage from inside where there are children. Inside. Here we go. Let me play this real quick. This fucking idiot.
Or frauds. Did you come during their normal operating hours when you came to visit?
I came at 11 a.m., I believe, and then the following day, later in the day. The point of it is not whether or not I came at the right time of their operating hours. The point is that blacked out doors, they can't give you any information. You call that number, no one answers.
Must be fraud.
And there should be a way for somebody to actually be able to call that number and somebody be able to answer. These aren't real businesses.
But surely you don't think a daycare should just be unlocked. You shouldn't be able to just walk into a
There
daycare.
should be a reception.
No,
Listen.
Their doors are locked. If
And
you
so,
go to a public
okay,
school or
you bring up a fair
private
point.
school,
Then why
Okay.
don't they actually give me information how to enroll a child?
Federal law.
Okay, you bring up a fair point. You just destroyed my entire video, and now I look like an idiot. It was satire. Is he going to come out next and tell us it was fucking satire, this idiot? And then all of American parents have to now suffer until a court can tell these fuckers that you can't cut that off, you idiots. You can't cut this off. A court is going to undo what they're trying to do right now. Health and Human Services. Because I've got the statute here that allows them to do this to some degree. And it's pretty fucking specific. Remedies for non-compliance. Let's take a look here. Remedies for non-compliance. If a non-federal entity fails to comply with federal statutes, if they fail to comply, right? The HHS awarding agency or pass-through entity may impose additional conditions. If the HHS awarding agency or pass-through entity determines that non-compliance cannot be remedied by imposing additional conditions, the HHS awarding agency or pass-through entity may take one or more of the following actions. Temporarily withhold cash payments pending correction of the deficiency. But if you notice, this requires something to actually be wrong. But what they've done is they've created new verification methods. This is what they're doing. You've got to have pictures. We want pictures. We want receipts. We want all this stuff before you get it. But that's not what the statute says, motherfucker. And Congress already allocated this shit. So they can't do this. A court is going to say no. A court is going to say no. And also, I find it interesting that Donald Trump and this Heritage Foundation, cucktards, are doing this, yet the Chevron deference they pushed for removing. The Chevron deference, giving agencies deference to, be the arbiter of what's ambiguous, instead of having Congress go through and list every specific detail of every, thing that the agencies themselves are allowed to do it. And so they pushed for this, but now we're doing the very thing that they asked the court not even a year ago to undo. So the agencies couldn't operate, independently within the, the bounds of ambiguous law. Of course, this isn't necessarily so ambiguous. It requires that something be wrong before somebody is able to do anything. So, I mean, my question is, because they're operating off of this belief that, well, we think there might be fraud in Minnesota, and I'm sure they're going to find something, right? Look, fraud is committed all the time, and it's usually a corporation or a company that's defrauding the government. We know that this is just the cost of doing business, just like Walmart. You know, they're not going to shut down an entire store because somebody stole a candy bar. It's part of the cost of doing business, right? And that's why they monitor these things. So if we're going to say that until you comply, you're going to get no money, why in the fuck does the military keep getting money? Exactly why? Why does the military continue to get money? We know for a fact that there's a bunch of fraud in the military. They're missing all kinds of, they fail every audit. They're unauditable. So why do we not hold this standard for the military? And the military doesn't really do anything for us. What does it do for your everyday life, right? Does it help an American do anything at all, really? No, not really. So why are we continuing to give money, require no audits, require no receipts, just out of sight, out of mind, and we just keep handing money over? But when it comes to child care, something that allows people to work and produce economic activity, when it comes to that, we're like, oh, hey, yeah, whoa, ha. You can't have any assistance until we figure out whether there's fraud or not, because this idiot that just got back from Israel, he told us that there was, you couldn't see through the front door, and they wouldn't let him in, and therefore it must be fraud. So we're going to cut off every fucking state. This is nuts. But look, this is going to backfire. This is going to backfire because Republicans rely on that too. They Republicans are going to be like, fuck you. Now I've got to stay home because, there was a point in my life also when, in order to pay for child care, it would have, once we got to a certain threshold where we lost child care services, this was back when we were, struggling as adults. When we got to that threshold, we couldn't get child care anymore. So it was like, well, I could go to work, but it would cost my entire paycheck in order to afford it. So I'll just stay home. Right. And so people are going to get to that point, and then they're going to not be able to buy anything, which means economic activity is going to go down, which means jobs are going to be lost. But does this guy care? No. I think his purpose is to break this country, break our spirit, cause us to become violent, because you start making it where people just can't work and their children are affected. Yeah, people are going to get violent. And then that'll give him even more, reason to send in the troops. To send in the troops and start pew-pewing you as they're now doing with ICE. It's like the other day, or yesterday maybe it was. Let me pull this up and see. This little shit weasel. Where was it at? He was saying that Iran... Where the fuck is it? God, he posts so much on Truth Social, it's crazy. Yeah, right here. This guy's an idiot. Okay. If Iran shoots and violently unalives, I love that. He can't even spell shoots. If Iran shoots and violently unalives peaceful protesters, which is their custom, the U.S. will come to their rescue. We're locked and loaded and ready to go. Why does this remind me of, we're going to smoke them out of their caves? You guys remember that shit? Fucking George W. Bush. Thank you for attention to this matter. He's telling Iran, if you shoot protesters, we're going to come after you. That's interesting, because this is the same guy that sent troops into your cities and has been shooting people, has shot protesters. In fact, peaceful protesters. And so I don't know. I feel like this is all the plan is to dismantle this country from the inside. Objectively opinionated. What are you confused about? Let me go through some of these comments here. I am taking, matter of fact, let me just go over to my alt real quick. Let me pull up my alt. You guys are welcome to join if you'd like to jump on the panel. Because this is ridiculous. Them thinking that it's okay to take away childcare But at this point, he doesn't give a shit, right? He doesn't care if it hurts him politically because he's on his last leg anyway. One more KFC piece of chicken, could be the end of him. One can hope, I guess. All right, let's see, mute that. Yeah, so if you want up here, you can pick a spot, any spot. Now I forgot what I was saying. Anyway, let me see. The Awaken Woken, he's just trolling. Who's just trolling, Chris? Ty, exactly the plan. It took us way too long to get his speeding up the Project 2025. Oh, no, he's trolling. Let's see. Jan full text, a plan to find fraud the taxpayers pay. Well, I mean, guy, I saw somebody earlier, I don't remember who it was. Now you're going to stick up for fraud. Ain't nobody sticking up for fraud. They already have in place rules and regulations that require the states to ensure compliance. It's already there. Like, this is nonsense. They're like, oh my God, we saw a YouTube video that made us clutch our pearls, and so we're going to be upset about it. And we're going to, cut off child care for all 50 states. Make that make sense. And at the end of the day, it's just going to hurt Americans. That's the only people it's going to hurt is Americans. The children, it's going to hurt the parents. It's going to hurt the jobs. Like, I'm sorry, I don't want to work just to pay for child care. Who the fuck wants to work just to pay for child care? Because, child care is expensive as fuck. Sensei, what's up, man?
Hey, good morning. How are you doing?
Pretty good. What are your thoughts of this shit?
I'm not sure exactly what you guys are talking about, but anyways, Chris down there, Chris RN, claimed that I'm trolling. Because
he said you were trolling? I think he said the Awaken.
Well, no, he's telling the Awaken because the Awaken and I were having a discussion. Because I'm sorry, Chris. That's misread, I guess. Because basically, what do you call it? The Awaken says that he or she or it, I don't know what it, was part of the leftist cult, but he left it. I just want to remind people, every right and privilege afforded to the working class and poor was fought and paid for in blood by leftists. You look at the late 1800s and early 1900s, the communists and socialists fought for everything we have today against the capitalists. 40-hour work week, worker protections, child labor laws, right? All that was fought. So to malign these people of our history, that's just wrong.
Yeah, so Awaken, I sent you a request. I went through some of the comments that you made, and I figured you'd probably be a good addition to the panel. So what is your general take, just so that everybody knows in case they miss some of your comments?
Okay, well, my general take was, first of all, I said, I started by asking really...
Can you speak up, please? I can barely hear something.
A few questions.
I can.
And then the first
I can hear him fine.
Person here who didn't like my answer just
Weird,
said,
I hear you fine, liberal.
You're not answering any questions, you're trolling. My opinion is that, again, anything that has to do with internal affairs in America is not really my thing, but I follow the news, and I think that Nick Shirley, I trust this guy. I don't know. Don't ask me why, because I don't really know. But I think the fact that he's been exposing people who didn't want to open the door for him, who actually disclosed really weird hours of working from like 2 p.m. to midnight. I mean, who puts kids in daycares from 2 p.m. till midnight?
Wait, is that a serious question? Who puts kids in daycare from 2 p.m. to midnight?
Yeah, it's a serious question.
I don't know if it's different where you are, but in America, we work 24 hours a day, man. And so, especially for single parents, if you have to work like a graveyard shift, you have to put your kids in daycare, and that could take you to 3, 4 o'clock in the morning sometimes. There are daycares that are overnight, too. Some daycares are 24 hours a day. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's pretty standard, pretty standard practice.
Oh, really? Because it
Yeah.
doesn't really exist in Europe. Daycares here finish at 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Okay, so
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, because they have to cover all shifts. Now, those aren't like most daycares, I would say, are like your, school hour type
Yeah.
daycares, because most people work during that time. But people that work night shifts and they're also single, they need childcare at the times where their shifts are. And so somebody is like, well, if there's a need for this at 2 to midnight, they'll provide it. Yeah.
Okay. Right. And I just want to answer Sensei here. When he said you're not woke or anything, or you don't represent, or that you were in a cult or whatever. I do believe there's a difference between leftism and wokeness. So you can call me a Democrat socialist if you want, but I'm obviously not woke. And it really has to do with the rhetoric that wokeness uses against other people when their answers are not met, or when they want, having their answers and having it their way.
Well, if you don't mind me asking, like, what is your definition of woke? Because I feel like there's I think people use it as just a negative term, but I don't know that there's any solid definition I've ever heard of. How would you
woke,
define it?
I'll say it I'll actually answer with an anecdote. You see, if I will go somewhere and I will see that there is no access for people on wheelchairs, as a liberal, I will probably say, I will come to the managers and say, oh, you need to build some wheelchair access because you have people here who cannot climb the stairs. While a woke person would be standing there and look at people who are walking without wheelchairs and will scold them for walking on their 2 legs while other people are on wheelchair. So they will make them feel guilty and bad for the fact that they can use their 2 legs while other people have to use wheelchair. This is, for me, the difference between a leftist and a wokist. Yes.
So like the Karen of the left, basically, to you is what woke is.
The extreme Karen of the left. Yes.
Gotcha.
The really extreme Karen. Yes.
Probably not a great anecdote, but funny nonetheless. I can just imagine somebody like, why are you doing that? Why are you not helping these people get up the stairs?
That kind of thing.
That's funny. And thank you, Awaken. I appreciate you coming up here too.
Thank you.
Hawk,
thank you
welcome
for having
in.
me again.
Yeah, I always appreciate you being up here. Hawk, man, it's great to see you. I'm glad you came up on the panel.
Well, it's almost great to see you as well. I've only got a couple of moments here, but I just wanted to say, shout out to the liberal loudmouth, everybody. What a great job he's doing. Great hat. Love the individual. Love the content. You're doing a great job, man. You keep up the great work, and you're welcome to come to my show anytime. And let's do a collaboration. I mean, hopefully sometime in a couple of days, I'll come up and I'll join you and I'll spend more time. I just wanted to come up quickly and do a quick shout out for you. I think you're doing a great job. So well done, buddy.
Yeah, well, reach out to me. We can talk about co-hosting one of the times or something if you'd like. I've never done it before, but I'm open to it.
Well, there you go. And look, could I just say, I mean, I think, everyone should follow you. You run a great show. You run a great live. I've heard all the commentary that you've spoken about, and I know, we all know that Donald Trump's got too much caffeine in his coffee, and I won't comment on what was said earlier. And warm welcome, Chip Barnes. Shout out to Chip, by the way.
Yeah.
But thank you so much, Liberal. I think you're doing a great job. Love your show, mate, and keep up the great work.
Well, thanks a lot. Yeah, I got a lot of changes coming. I'm kind of rebuilding the show. I had a big, falling out with a lot of people, so we're just moving on past that, and it's a part of the background change too. Just rebuilding.
Yeah, I love it. I think it's great. I love the name, by the way, Liberal Loudmouth. If that offended you, think harder. Well, you just keep doing what you're doing, dear friend, and well done to you. And shout out. I've got to go, but I just wanted to come up to say that I think you're doing a great job. All peace to you all, by the way.
Well, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, send me a message and we'll work something out, man. I'm looking forward to it.
Talk before you leave. Could you hear Awaken okay? Because I can hear you fine. I hear Liberal fine. I can barely hear Awaken.
No, I could hear Awaken perfectly fine. And I love the
That's
Mr.
so
Miyagi
weird.
thing, by the way. Love Mr. Miyagi. I think he's a great actor.
Thank you.
You're doing a great job with the profile picture. Liberal, thank you so much. Have a lovely night, everyone.
All
Take
right,
care.
man. Take it easy. Thanks for coming up, man. Yeah, Hawk, everybody. If you don't follow him, drop him a follow. Runs a great panel too. Me and Chip were on there the other day. It was really good. I was very impressed by how he runs his show. So yeah, I take his compliments well because it's somebody I I respect a great deal. So now with that, now the Awaken, back to, now with the information I just gave, like,
Yes.
does that change anything for you? Because again, like I said, a place that I've dropped my kids off of, there's no windows, there's no like outside playground area, and the door is tinted like this. That's pretty standard around here, because you don't want looky-loos looking in at your kids, and you know what I mean. There's a camera at the door, and you can't get in. It's always locked. Does that change your view
Yeah,
of
I
it?
mean, it gives me some new insight, new information. I know that for not whatever reason, I know it's completely intentional, but my algorithm is filled with a lot of what you can probably call far right propaganda or something, in a sense, only because I have been kind of just taking all these bits of information about. I do have a very different stand on what I used to have politically, and so I'm kind of I see it on Instagram as well now, and all that, and it's always good for me actually to come to your panel, because then I also see how people can actually debunk or react to things, and then I get some new information and I learn from it. And I also know that I can't be really quick to judge, just because I don't want to hear leftists, I don't want to listen to them. It's like, oh, it's another lefty. Oh, I escaped the cult, and all that. And yeah,
Well-
and it becomes like that. I mean, if you ever kind of made that kind of shift, you would probably know what I'm talking about. But
Well, I can say that there are people on the left that I just cannot stand. And probably for the same reasons that you have kind of offered. I went on a blocking spree with those kinds of liberals. I just but that doesn't speak to the party or the ideology. That's just those people have some fucking, and they're the loudest. The most annoying. It's always something. That's why if that offended you, think harder, because it's like, if you're always looking to be offended, you're going to be offended by something.
Exactly, exactly. And this is what I've been telling, this is when I'm actually sort of debating other leftists, so to speak, or people that are kind of like can be taken aback from my opinions and all that. And I say, ask yourself, why are you offended? There's something in you which is not really yet kind of, there's something in you that needs to be challenged as well, why you're being offended.
Absolutely.
And I think it's always some internal work that needs to be done there. But anyway, I thank you for having me. I'm gonna have to continue with doing my stuff here, and always good to come on. And keep it up. I'll probably see you at some point.
I appreciate it, man. Yeah, you're always welcome.
I appreciate it.
Even if we scream at each other, it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. It's totally okay. You're safe. I mean, I can see, and it's cool.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, man. Have a good one, though.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You too.
In Sensei, that is weird though that you can hear him when you're in the chat, but when you get up here, it mutes him almost. Could you hear anything he was saying?
Not really. It was
that
super
sucks.
super low. It was weird. That's the first time this has ever happened like this.
That is weird. I wonder if maybe you have an update or something for your TikTok you may need to do, or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I could hear Hawk just fine, just like you.
Yeah,
but I just couldn't. I mean, I'm not saying I'm allergic to Awaken, but I don't know what's going on. He's the only one I couldn't hear. I can hear Hawk, which is on the panel, just fine. I can hear you, obviously, but I couldn't hear him. Awaken.
Yeah, he can certainly trigger some people from time to time. He and I have gone at it, back and forth. But look, unless somebody's trying to dox me or threatening to hurt me, I'll talk to anybody again. I don't hold a grudge for too long. But so like, I hope he sits on that, what he just learned about the daycare here. And I would imagine in Europe that they have daycares that are 24 hours, right? Have you ever heard anything like that? Of course, they, it's probably free for them anyway. I don't know. It seems kind of weird.
I mean, people are working around the clock, so I wouldn't understand why not.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, if you're working the graveyard shift, I mean, if you have children, you're going to run into that issue.
Yeah, that's nuts. Now, did you see that video of Nick in Ukraine? Did you see that when I played it?
No.
Here, I'll play it again. It's only like 19 seconds, but this is the kind of person that Nick is. He just is like a troll. I mean, he's been trying for a couple of years now. I've been, looking into it. Here it is.
I'm from you. Hey, Slava Ukraini.
And keep in mind that this is while the war is going on. He goes there and does this. Almost to imply that, like, oh, there's no war. Well, what are we paying for? What's the money? Like, it's like MAGA propaganda, like just to obfuscate and muddy the water.
Yeah, just because I don't know what city that he was
That
showing
was Kyiv.
off there. Oh,
Kyiv.
was it? Okay.
Yep.
So there's certain parts of Kyiv. I mean, first of all, I think that's the capital. So you see, there should be a lot of wealth there, relatively to the rest of the country.
Right.
Right. Does it necessarily mean that's where our tax dollars are going? Not necessarily. It's misleading at best. Right. I mean, if he can actually, I mean, I'm fairly reasonable. If he can actually show me a logical path of how our tax dollars are got to that those fancy cars, I'll entertain it. But it hasn't been actually. I mean, he just misleads you that way.
Right. And here's like the kicker. Whenever he went there, he had people that were showing him around. They were showing him the bombed locations. Like they took him to many places that had just been completely and totally fucked up, and he didn't post it. And that's on purpose. Like, it's gross. It's kind of like the ping pong pizza thing. That's kind of what it reminds me of. You push a conspiracy like that with no evidence whatsoever.
Yeah, it's like you said. It's grossly misleading. It's the same thing they do in the Bay Area, right? They show videos of the Tenderloin in San Francisco, which, I mean, it is a dump. It is a bad area in San Francisco, but that is far from representative of the entire Bay Area, right?
Right, and then
same thing. I was just going to what he did there.
Well, I was just going to say, and to use this guy, this like troll guy, as the basis to cut off child care funding across the entire country is wild. That is crazy. Like, that speaks to a level of idiocy. What do you do? I'd like to hear from somebody that uses assistance for childcare. If we have anybody in the comments that would like to come up and talk about how this is going to affect them, because my kids are grown now. I don't need childcare anymore, thank goodness. But I remember back when I did need it, and it was fucking expensive, absolutely expensive. Oh, sorry guys, I didn't even see the request. Let me bring in some new people here. I'm not sure who requested first, so we'll just go left to right here. Lonnie, welcome in. What say you?
Good morning. Listen, so I want to say this about, excuse me, notifications. I want to say this about the Trump cut off childcare funding. It was all part of Project 2025. That was their goal, right? But they used this situation to project it. So they were going to do it regardless. They just needed a reason. They needed a reason for the base to accept it, because that's what he's been doing this whole time, is giving his base a reason for something. This is no different than how many of us were taught in school that Christopher Columbus discovered Turtle Island when we know he did not. This is no different than us being taught in school that the whole continent of Africa is a third world country. Like, it's misleading propaganda in order for them to push their agenda. And the agenda was to cut off the funding to begin with. And they needed a scapegoat to do it. They needed a reason for the base to believe that they had reasoning, by saying fraud, because we know that Trump is a fraud. He's been frauding for a long time. We have had fraudsters for years. Bernie Madoff, Rick Scott in Florida. Like, they've been frauding us for a long time. But they seem to realize that when they use Black and brown people to push their agenda, their base accepts it better. Oh, well, this group of people did this and this group of people did that, so we got to get rid of it. Just like the whole reason for cutting SNAP benefits. They said that the immigrants were getting SNAP benefits. Same reason they tried to cut Medicare, Medicaid, or they
Isn't that
are.
sad?
And
that
you see
their
the pattern
base,
that's
yeah,
coming out, like,
right.
and that's the agenda. It's in Project 2025, and we know this because we've paid attention to it. Unlike the MAGA base, they believing the propaganda because it feeds their ego, it feeds their hatred, it feeds their racism. And I'm just gonna land it right there.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. That they had a goal, and this is just pretext for that, a justification thereof. The Goy Father, welcome in. How you doing?
Good morning, liberal.
Oh, what's up,
Johnny.
man? Yeah. Are you parked, or are you still teleporting as always? Thank you, buddy.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
That's all right. So what the hell are your thoughts? And do you use child care services? Well, I doubt it, because you probably make enough money to, be outside of that.
Okay,
but what do you think?
I really wanted to say one thing. It's going to piss everybody off.
That's okay.
I am the babysitter now.
You're the
Chip. I'm sorry. I had to just once. But, I mean, to cut off childcare across the United States seems to me like it's absolute gaslighting. Now, we differ on a lot of opinions, but I mean, when you have Trump pardon a tiny hat that committed $1.3 billion in Medicare fraud, and then now is using this as, I suppose, a way to shore up the base, or maybe for JD. I don't think he literally cares anymore. I think he literally he's the epitome of a lame duck. He doesn't care who he pisses off, but maybe he's trying to shore up the base for JD, which I don't think he has a chance in hell at winning. I hope he doesn't. I hope he doesn't even, come close in the primaries, but I don't know. I mean, fraud is fraud, okay? So if you're defrauding the public, you're defrauding the taxpayers, equal crime, equal punishment. But yeah, for him to, I can't stand behind Trump ever again. I used to, like I said, but I mean, he literally pardoned a man that committed over $1 billion himself in Medicare fraud.
Multiple people. He has pardoned multiple people who hundreds of millions of dollars have defrauded U.S. taxpayer. Yeah.
Actually, over $1 billion.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying there are a bunch of people who have done hundreds of millions of dollars in fraud that he's pardoned. I mean, in total, we're talking multiple billions for the pardons. And because they were supposed to do restitution, once the pardon came through, they didn't have to pay anything back. So they just get off scot-free. And then to turn around and act like this has anything to do with fraud is crazy. Well, Johnny, because look, we already have things in place that will go after people who are committing fraud. And if you're, defrauding the U.S. taxpayer, you should go to jail. Period. End of story, right? Nobody's going to be up here defending, committing fraud. But we already do that. And in fact, it was under Joe Biden that the quote unquote Somalian issue that was actually run by a white lady, a white American, that happened under Biden. All of that started under Biden. It was reported through the governor's office. So the things that are in place to do to find the fraud and to get rid of it was working. And so, like, what do you think the purpose is? Because we know it has nothing to do with fraud. What do you think the purpose is?
Well, I think I've said for quite a few years now, it seems like the government has just turned into a grab bag of corruption. Everybody has gotten so corrupt, it's ridiculous. I think it's probably to shift the focus from the funding that was just given to Ukraine and Israel. Things like that. Other things that are really bleeding the pocketbooks of every American dry, from, I guess, the middle class, what used to be the middle class and downwards. That's realistically what it is. I mean, this idea of Doge, it seems like it's an offshoot of that, but I believe the ultimate goal of Doge was literally to just make the IRS more efficient to tax the poor, more readily and easily. It's what they do. It's a war on the working class. The right loves to say it's a war on white men. The left loves to say it's, white supremacy, but it's ultimately, it's a war on the working class. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I think Doge was a way for them to get AI into the government. And that's what they did. Like, they put in, program software and shit that will monitor and open up to these, tech bros, all of that information. I think that was the purpose. Now, whether Trump knew that or not, I don't know. But I'm sure that was Elon's purpose, Sensei, did you want to say anything about what either Lonnie or Goy has said?
Yeah, I unequivocally agree with what Goy just said. This is a war upon the working class and poor, right? If you look at all these programs that Trump's defunding or slashing, sorry, he's imposing austerity upon the working class and poor to justify his $1 trillion of tax cuts for the upper echelons of society, trying to balance that out, right? And we're paying for this in real time. Our children, our grandchildren, and future generations will be paying for this. Because guess what? We still have a deficit, right? This is adding to the national debt more and more and more. And guess what? The piper's going to have to pay. I'm coming back, and somebody's going to have to pay. And he's pushing it on us.
Yeah. I mean, if somebody has to pay it. And it's not going to be them. They'll just end up buying everything up on the cheap. Lonnie, I really appreciate your take on that. I think you're probably onto something, that this is, kind of a war against women, even, because we know that they kind of have the mentality that, the trad wife type deal, or at least that's what they've been pushing. And so, like, is that the purpose, to make sure that, because generally speaking, women are going to be the ones that will stay home. And like, how much of a role do you think that plays in the decision? And does anybody disagree with that?
I think it plays a huge role in that decision, because if we look at Project 2025, we also see that the amendments that they're trying to dismantle is the 13th, 14th, 15th, and 19th amendments, which are the amendments that help the minority groups, and not just Black and brown people, but women as well, right? Those amendments gave women their voice. And those are the amendments that they're trying to get rid of at the moment. The Voters' Rights for Women Amendment, we know slavery is still a thing when you're incarcerated. Voter rights for Black and brown people, they want to put women back in the kitchen to be, and I don't mean to disrespect nobody, barefoot and pregnant again. So JD Vance said it himself during last year's campaign trail that Oh, well, if you have a problem with childcare, grandma and grandpa can babysit, right? Like he was pushing they were already starting to push away from using childcare and saying that that he was leading up to saying that they're going to get rid of childcare funding by saying you can use grandma and grandpa to do that. But yes, ultimately, I believe this all ties into the fact that they want to put women back in the house. They want to take away women's rights that was fought for, the right to own a banking account. They took away. They're trying to take away no fault divorce, because once women got no fault divorce, they were leaving men. You know what I mean? Now childcare.
Right.
So women, such single women as myself who work and have a child to take care of. I mean, my son's old enough to be home alone now, but many years before that, I had to rely on childcare, funding in order for me to be able to take care of my own kid. So yes, I believe this is all part of the plan to put the white man back in charge, such as in the Gilded Age. And I believe you mentioned that yesterday, didn't you? Um, the
Yeah.
Gilded Era, where rich white men ran everything, and we didn't have a middle class then, because if it wasn't for social programs, we wouldn't have the middle class we have today, along with some of the other social programs that were put in place. And if we pay attention, that's what they're stripping from us. Just like the guy down in the bottom corner said, this is a war on middle class Americans to strip them, so that way, and that's the way it's going. And I mean, we just got to look at the trail that they've been doing of destruction they've been doing this far. And with
Ma-
that, I'll land.
Yeah, maybe the ultimate goal is to literally have more of a slave class. Where there's everybody that has everything,
Yes.
and then everybody else is just, essentially slaves. They don't have to, it doesn't have to be chattel, but
That's what I was
slaves
saying
nonetheless.
yesterday.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's not race. It's not going to be race slavery. It's going to be class slavery.
right.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, and that because like all the shit we're seeing, because while they're simultaneously pushing AI and robots and stuff to unalive your job, they're like going after childcare, which is also going to cost jobs. And so to put people in such desperate positions, and also Donald Trump came out there and gloated about how they're going to go after and start garnishing wages of people who had student loans. They're just going to take your money, just take it right out of your paycheck. And so all of this is an attack on the middle class and poor people. And, at what point do we say, fuck this shit? When does that come, or does it come? Have we gotten so complacent that we just, like a frog in a pot of boiling water?
Do we as a society want to revert back to the feudal times? Because that's what it is.
Right. Like in Gulfport, Mississippi, where your whole family lived in the shack that was built by the company, the oyster company, and you and your kids, they'd all go in there shucking oysters. You got 6-7-year-olds in there doing what they could do. I mean, for what existence?
Didn't they lower the age of farm workers, and how long minors can work on farms? Or isn't that something they're trying to do?
I believe some of the states have. Let's look it up, because I think one of them dropped it to 14. Because like voluntary child labor to me is not a problem. The problem I have is when the family's so poor that the child has to work in order for everybody to be able to eat and maintain a house. That's fucked up. Because I had to do that. And it wasn't good.
I agree that if you have a farm and you have the means and you have like your own little private backyard garden and you're teaching the kids how to garden and make a fun thing out of it, an educational thing out of it, that's cool. But when you have to send your 14-year-old out to make a wage because
to make up
you're
the
so
difference.
poor,
Yeah.
that's not cool. I'm agreeing with you on that one.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's my brother and I. My brother he had just gone to college in Chicago, and he was working full time while in college. I was still in high school. I was working at a fucking, I built chicken houses. and during the summertime, and then ran a fucking feed mill. Like I was the one that mixed in all the feed and stuff, and I worked graveyard shift and had to because my mom was disabled and she wasn't making anything. So my brother and I literally had to pay the bills. I was 14 or 15. I may have been 16. Because there were several jobs that I'd had over the years. I don't remember exactly how old I was, but it in order to pay the rent and buy food, we had to do these things, my brother and I. It's fucked up, and that shouldn't be a thing.
Well, should it be a thing in the richest country in the history of mankind? Right. If we were literally a third world country, I understand we're in a really bad situation.
That's a fair point. Yeah, that's a good point, Sensei. Yeah, because what does it say about the country itself and its ethics and morals? Like,
were we really the richest country, or were we just saying we were the richest country? You know what I mean?
I think objectively we are the richest country that's ever existed in the history of the world. Do we know of any other country that is richer or has been, even, in adjusted for whatever inflation? It's Holding Stone says 38 trillion in debt. That's fair.
Right. And to understand that, like, the debt too, like, where are we getting the money from? We're getting the money from the top 1% in this country, the Waltons and the Rothschilds. We borrow from them. They own the banks. They are the ones pulling the strings. They are the ones that are making it be the way that it is. And we, as the lower middle class and poor class, are paying back that debt in taxes. That's why when they taxed the top 1% during the Great Depression, that 90-something%, and they started, inventing these social programs that we have, Social Security, SNAP benefits, unemployment. The one thing that I think a lot of people forgot is when Lyndon B. Johnson said, if we can make the poorest white person believe they're better than the poorest black person, we can pick their pockets. Heck, they'll even give us their money. Now, that's not verbatim, but that's just pretty much what he said, So this has been the plan for a long time, was to siphon money from the middle and lower class. Like, they've been at this since Reagan, since the 80s. They've been doing this. It's just been one person at a time. One person in government, one person in the school board here, one person is governor there, one person is mayor here. They've been slowly trickling this in since the 80s. If we really go back and look at everything that's been happening since Reagan,
for sure,
this is what they've been leaning towards. And now they're here. And now they've made it. Now they've succeeded.
Well, and see, but there's millions of us and there's not millions of them. And that's where, like, it has to become a point where they're more afraid of us than we are of them.
But they're not, because we have
I agree.
Compliant, right? Where people, like yesterday, where the gentleman over there, I can't remember his name, we were talking about surveillance, and he was like, I don't think that people, like, I don't care that people want to have intersex or same-sex marriages, but it's not something I believe in, right?
Right.
So they are helping them instead of helping the collective, right? Which is saying people should be able to do whatever they want to do, like I said, as long as it's not physically hurting you, right? Who I marry is none of your business. As long as I come to do a job the way that you want me to do it, and you pay me my fair wage, and I can go on about my day. But we have too many people who comply with things, like I mentioned yesterday. He tried to change the name of a body of water, and so many people jumped on. Oh no, it's not the Gulf of A. It's not the Gulf of G. It's now the Gulf of A. It's the Gulf of A. It's the Gulf of A. You know what I'm saying? Like, they comply.
That was crazy. That the compliance is wild. Yeah.
Right. Even with the DOD, they tried to change the name of the DOD, and people are like, "Oh, it's not the DOD no more. It's the DOW." No, Congress didn't change it to the DOW. It's still the DOD. And this is what I mean. So many people jumped on what he's saying, and it's not actual law. And this is helping their fight. Even though there's so many of us, there's half of us are with them, and I say us because we're all American people.
Well, I wonder if, because I've often said this, like that our education system kind of lends itself to being compliant. I watched it, I don't remember what grade it was, maybe like 4th, 5th, or 6th grade or something. My kids, and they're like herded like cattle. And, it's like those rules that there was one policy that they had. And when I questioned this policy, I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was stupid. And I'm like, well, what is the purpose of this? And they're like, to make sure that children are, obeying the rules. And I'm like, so wait, you pass a rule just so that somebody could comply with the rule, even though the rule has no purpose, it serves no meaningful purpose. And so have they kind of fashioned education to create these robots, to create this compliant, group of people? And now after, 3 or 4 generations of that's why we have these compliant people. They're like, well, those are the rules and you got to follow the rules. And you know what I mean? Like, is that why we're here? Do you think?
I believe that was definitely part of the goal, to get people to blindly follow complicitly, like no questions asked. Because I don't know about you, but me growing up in school, I always asked questions and I got in trouble.
Same to me.
Just do what you're told. Just do what you're told. Just do what you're told. And we got so many people today just doing what they're told. So this man writes an EO and says that this body of water is now not the Gulf of A anymore. And so many people jumped on that. And nowhere in Congress made that a thing. And then when the news came out and said, one of them said, we're not calling it the Gulf of A, we're calling it, the Gulf of M. He was like, you're out of here. Put them out. They can't come in here no more. So it was punishment to show people that if you don't comply with what he's saying, even if it's not law, he's going to punish you. And that's what they've been doing. And so many people, especially his base, has jumped on complying with things and not asking the right questions. But then they come up here and they get their panties in a bunch because we're showing them, like, immigrant, in order to seek asylum, you must step on U.S. soil or in U.S. water or on a U.S. vessel, and you have 366 days to claim asylum. But these people are screaming, that's illegal, that's illegal, that's illegal. They shouldn't be coming over here without applying to come over here.
Now, they do need to change that, because that's ridiculous.
And I'm not saying that it doesn't need work.
It does need to change.
That there needs to be work. But when you have somebody who is sitting chief executive of the country going to a country and devastating it due to its oil, and then you say, oh, by the way, if you need help, come see me, I got you, wink wink. And then when they show up knocking on the door, remember you said you would help us because you devastated us? And then you want to be like, no, look at them coming in, they're a problem, they're a problem, they're a problem.
Right. Well, it's the scapegoat. They've got themselves a good scapegoat.
So many people didn't know that he did that.
Yeah, because even in my 20s,
I think they're working together, though.
You think who's working together? Like Maduro?
The left and the right, actually.
Oh, well, the powers that be, for sure. Yeah, I think there's some level of complicity there and collusion. Yeah. I agree.
Well, I mean, look, Obama renamed a bunch of, couple mountains, I mean, granted, to Candace Owens' credit, she still calls it the DOD. She won't buy into this DOW nonsense. I kind of giggled about the Gulf. I don't think that'll ever stick.
No.
But I mean, if you've been paying close attention in the past few election cycles, I mean, Steve Bannon literally was bragging about the fact that they knew they were going to lose the election, and that this is what their reaction was going to be. So it's a form of good cop, bad cop. And now I see like this intentional gaslighting, basically. And I hate to say this, liberal, but screwing up more than the left could have.
or would have,
And
because the left could have screwed up, but they wouldn't have.
Well, I mean, I mean, you guys have messed up pretty big, quite a few times. But now the right is taking the crown of gaslighting, incompetency, attacks on free speech, and it's like, okay, the baton is being handed off, and I would say be very skeptical of your own, who you're letting in there, because you guys are going to get some seats. You're going to get some, who knows? You might even get the White House in 28. But I believe it's by design. So yeah, I mean, ultimately, yeah, it's if they're taking Israeli money, that's the telltale sign. And obviously, it's going to be a little more difficult because even AIPAC is telling their individual members to, just donate privately. So it's going to be very difficult to find out who's actually for America and who's for their own pocketbook or for foreign interests,
Now, in that, I just wanted to point out that, like, Mount McKinley is probably what you were referring to with Obama. It was Denali for, like, ever. That's what it was called, forever. And so he renamed it back to show, support for indigenous people, essentially. I'm not sure about the other stuff, but it was McKinley was the new name. He renamed it to the old name. But I mean, the minor point, I just, it kind of caught my attention. I wanted to throw that out there. But now, real quick, since Blade has been waiting for a little bit, Blade, welcome in. I did mute you. If you don't mind, stay muted when not talking. Did you want to jump in there? You can go ahead. Blade 69, you are muted. Blade going once, going twice, 3 times sold. I think this person did that the other day, where they came up a couple of times, didn't say anything, and wouldn't unmute. Interesting. Anyway, Sensei, go ahead. You were going to jump in there?
Yeah, going back to what you're saying earlier about education, generally speaking, K through 12 education does not teach critical thinking, right? And that's the key issue, because to critically think, you can actually challenge authority at that point, right?
Yes.
And that's a problem, because people aren't challenging authority. They don't want, they're in this certain mindset, and they can't either get out or don't want to get out. I want people, everybody across the board, I don't care who you are, to be able to critically think about something. And afterwards we can have a discussion. But if you're just believing in blind faith, we're having an issue.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's something that didn't really exist in school when I went to school, was the ability for the child to express themselves to authority. It was shut the fuck up and do what you're told. Thankfully I did have a mother who didn't operate that way. She liked independent thinkers more than just a compliant robot. So thankfully, I wasn't made to, because some parents, I'm sure, will be like, well, that's what the policy says. And they don't, there's no nuance or context that will ever create an exception. Right. Like, for example, my son had gotten in trouble for using his phone because they had created a new policy in Oklahoma about not being allowed to have your phone out at all during school hours, which, I'm largely okay with. And so I did get on to him, but then, or started to, I asked him why. He was responding to somebody who was having self-unaliving ideation. And so when I spoke to the administrators, I'm like, okay, look, I think you would, this is like one of those weird scenarios where I think it's, you kind of give a pass, as long as it doesn't continue to happen. But if somebody's having that, you can be there for that person. And so there's exceptions to that. They actually agreed with me, the school, and undid the detention that he received. Although, but I'm not sure that exists in large ways in school anymore. And maybe by fixing the culture in our school system, we can fix this 50 years down the road, 60 years down the road. Or, because there is a balance where you want children to obey the rules that make sense. But you also want them to be able to think for themselves. would, what changes do you think we could do to kind of fix that?
Well, I don't know about all schools, but I know my son being 16 and in high school, they're working with the kids a little bit more when it comes to cell phones, right? They're kind of encouraging them to use cell phones as a tool to learn and not necessarily just be on it to talk with friends and be distracted.
That's good.
But there are rules in place. Like if you're looking up something because of the work that you're given, then that's fine. They won't, you know, reprimand you for that. But if you're consistently on your phone and not listening to the lesson being taught, then yeah, there's consequences to be paid. And that is stated at the beginning of every year. There's paperwork sent home for me to sign to make sure that my child understands the rules of the classroom and cell phone usage and language and all of that.
Right.
Like I can't, and he understands that. I made sure that he understood there's a time and a place for everything. But yes, I do believe, like I put in the comments, college is where most people started getting their critical thinking skills from, because college research, you have to use critical thinking
On your own.
on your
own. That's right.
So, and now look
It
what they're
teaches
doing
you
to
how to
colleges.
teach yourself, basically. College does that, yes.
Right, and look what they're doing to colleges.
Oh, I got those woke colleges.
Yeah,
Yep.
they're capping the borrowing amount, at 200,000 for certain profession. You know what I mean? Like to get your masters or graduates or whatever it is for you to go into a specific field that we're shorthanded in now. Like we don't have enough doctors, nurses, lawyers, things like that. And so this administration is actively cutting us off at the knees, for lack of a better term, for the middle class and the lower class, poorer class, because we can't afford
Right.
to do what they're doing. You know what I mean? Like I studied insurance for a little while, and the one thing that I learned was that a lot of people, what they do is they take out a life insurance policy with an education attached to it, which means that you can borrow from it as long as the proceeds are going towards education. You don't have to pay the interest on it, right? And you don't have to pay it back like immediately. It will come out of the payment from when you pass away, right? So if you got 100,000 loan with education attached to it, I mean $100,000 policy with education attached to it, and you borrow out 50,000 towards education, you don't have to pay taxes on it to borrow it out. And then two, when that person passes away, the claim pays the 50,000 back. You know what I mean? So you only get 50,000 from it, and that's what a lot of people have been using life insurance for. And so this is stuff that they're not teaching us in school. You know what I mean? Like this is stuff that they don't even teach kids how to balance a checkbook, let alone how to write in cursive anymore, because they want to make us an enslaved class. Like they want us to work for them for pennies on the dollar. And this is why they're getting rid of the undocumented, because then we can go back and get back our black jobs, quote unquote, because that's
Black
what they're calling
jobs.
it. You know what I'm saying? Like he
Yeah.
said it, not me.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
that's what he was referring to, is putting us back in the field, because who's doing that work now? It's the undocumented. You know what I mean? So if he gets rid of them, he thinks we're going to go back to do that. And we're not going to have no choice at this rate, because the jobs that are paying $20, $30, $40 an hour are going to be ran by robots. And so I think that's the ultimate goal, is to put us in a slave class, and not just black and white, but rich versus poor. Classism is making its comeback.
Yeah. Now, this may be kind of a side topic or unrelated, but I ran across a Lincoln Project video that looks funny. I don't know what it says. I don't know what it's about, but I wanted to play it just for my own shits and giggles. So let's see what they put together here. Lincoln Project usually does good work, so let's see.
It's amazing. Some people still think Donald Trump knows how to negotiate, that he's a deal maker. But really, he's a chicken. Wall Street figured it out. When Trump goes hard on something, just bet on the dip. Wait for Trump to blink. then cash in on the rebound. Same trade every time. It's the taco trade because Trump always chickens out. He talks a big game on tariffs, then backs down. Over and over. He'll hurt American businesses, farms, and workers playing his games. But every time it comes down to it, he chickens out like a baby, like a dog.
What
every
the fuck?
single time. Trump always chickens out. He's not a deal maker. He's not a negotiator. He's a taco.
That's not one of their best, but that's pretty funny either way. Okay, sorry, I just was running across that because I'm actually looking for a video that Bernie put together. I just saw it this morning. I didn't download the damn thing. He was talking about how Elon Musk basically said that at some point work will be optional. And somebody else had said something similar to that. And so, like, all of these things are happening simultaneous to, you know, AI and shit taking over. Like, how the fuck do we combat this? I don't, you know what I mean? Aside from just violent revolution, how the fuck do you combat it? Like, what do you, are we going to be able to vote our way out of this? I don't know that we can. You know?
If work's going to be optional, you're going to have some type of UBI program. Otherwise, people are alive, right? You don't have income, you can't eat. Guess what? You're homeless and you unalive. That's just what it is. And, you know, from Bernie's perspective, there's many more of us than there are of the 1% that's trying to pursue this. I mean, AI is eventually going to happen, regardless of what you think or whatever you think, right? So jobs are going to be lost. Efficiency is going to improve, though, right? So productivity is going to improve. So who's going to get the resources, the profits from this? When it comes back to distribution problem.
I found the video. But yeah, I mean, you're right, and that was the question that he posed, essentially. You can go ahead and land your plane if you'd like, and then I'm going to play that video, or if you want to finish after I've played the video.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, let me play this real quick, because he puts it a lot better than I just did.
This is what Elon Musk, putting hundreds of billions of dollars into the technology, says, quote, AI and robots will replace all jobs. Working will be optional, end quote. Bill Gates, hundreds of billions of dollars into this technology, quote, humans won't be needed for most things. Well, I got a simple question. If there are no jobs and humans won't be needed for most things, how do people get an income to feed their families, to get health care, or to pay the rent? There's not been one serious word of discussion in the Congress about that reality.
And that is a fucking problem. Not one serious conversation about it. Now, Andrew Yang kind of ran on this thing. You know, he was ahead of his time, I think. But like I'd asked, aside from violent revolution, what do you do? Because, you know, these people have enough money to just buy the entire lives and their grandchildren's lives, our Congress people, to do for them what they can. And like, what does that even look like? And if a UBI is the answer, and I agree, a UBI is going to be necessary, but that's going to be only if they give it to you. And only if you obey their rules that they put in place that you'll be allowed to have it. Because at some point, cashless society is probably going to happen. So if you don't have cash and you're relying on this cashless society, some fucking social credit score, what have you, if you get out of line, you lose your UBI, and then what? You know what I'm saying?
I kind of push back upon if they give it to you. No, we as society, the masses, we demand it. We'll come with pitchforks if we need to, right? You either give it to us, or we'll give you a pitchfork. I remember what happened in France, and I have no problem with the guillotine.
Well, it's okay. So, like, that is, like I said, I think earlier, or maybe yesterday, we have to make them more afraid of us than we are of them. But to that point, people people largely aren't doing that, right? We're being complacent. And like the Democratic Party, I didn't vote for Hillary Clinton because of what they did, right? And I wouldn't vote for Hillary Clinton because of what they did. And I'm like, if you aren't willing to remove your vote from that party, they're just going to keep doing it because there's no actual punishment. They know they're going to call your bluff, and they know you're not going to do anything. So if we aren't doing anything, they don't give a shit. So yes, it sounds great and it feels good to say, well, if they don't do this, we demand it of them, but what's the punishment? Right? If we're, people have to be willing to go there. And I'm not sure that we are willing to do that. But look, maybe I'm being pessimistic and nihilistic, but I don't know.
I want to say this. I don't think UBI is.
I don't think you are liberal.
Hold on.
I hope it doesn't come to that point, but I believe we do need to actually fight against AI. I don't know if you remember, like a year and a half ago, ports all up and down the East Coast, down into Texas, were fighting automated technology. The unions were literally about to lose thousands of jobs. And I believe if they get to the point where AI replaces human labor, we're not all going to, sing Kumbaya and enjoy the benefits together. They're going to unalive all of us, or the large majority of us. So
right.
It could come to violent revolution.
I mean, yeah, that may, and thank you, Goy. Now, Lonnie, please go ahead and finish what you're going to say.
We're going to turn into employee housing, where if we don't work, we don't have a place to live, we don't have food, and that's where I believe, in my perspective, after reading what tenocracy was in the 30s, from 1900s to the 30s, they were trying to push tenocracy, which Elon Musk's grandfather was a part of. What they were trying to push was this universal housing, care, but you had to live in employee housing, and you did get their plan. This is their plan now. Their plan was that you would get a monthly stipend, right? You would be given a monthly ration of whatever it was, funds, food, utilities, but you had to work for the company, right? It was sort of like employee owned socialism, but not quite, because the company was still benefiting from you living in their housing and them giving you like SNAP benefits, so to speak, but for everybody, right? But you can only use those to shop in their stores, like in their company owned stores. You had, as long as you worked for them, you had a roof over your head, you got food, whatever it was. So I believe that's what it's going to come to, in my honest opinion, where if you don't work for them, you don't have a place to live, you don't have food, you don't have access to anything, because as we see now, they're buying everything up, because we know that Trump is mad at Powell right now because he will not lower the interest rates. Lowering the interest rates only help those with money buy up the properties, but it also tanks people's housing, right? Their value on their house when he lowers that, because people are starting to not be able to afford things. So they're selling their house and trying to downsize. But if you lower the interest rate, people aren't going to get the money that they have, the equity they have in their house. So then these large corporations come in, because he removed that law during 2020, that corporations can only own X amount of private land, private homes. And once he removed that, corporations started scooping up all private homes. And so this is why I think we're going to go into employee housing with daily, monthly, yearly rations from the employer. And if we don't comply, we're going to be out. And that's where I'm landing.
And for the record, they did try this after the Great Depression. A guy named Howard Scott, I think it was like Technocracy Inc. or something. They literally tried to suspend erections. They tried this once before this is like a rehash of the old stuff. You're absolutely right, Lonnie. And it's pretty fucked up shit, really. Chip, welcome in. I would love to hear your thoughts on this. Maybe you can bring some optimism, or maybe not.
I wish I had optimistic thoughts to share. First, Happy New Year to everybody. Listen, there's always hope for human beings because we have a spirit within us that can be, brought up. But it's difficult. There's a lot of headwinds, and I think that we're in a very disadvantageous position right now as far as America's concerned, the average working person. But, never say never. Nothing's impossible. Probabilities is what I like to think in. One of the bigger issues that I think is probably going to have the biggest impact on the average American, notwithstanding the things that you all are talking about. Just to get back, we're never going to vote our way out of this. If voting would change it, they wouldn't let us do it. So that's not going to happen. Money reigns supreme in politics. And if you can't compete financially, you don't compete at all. And that's just where things are. So unfortunately, I don't think it's right, but obviously that's just what it is. But the bigger issue that's not being talked about, and this goes back to Ray Dalio from Bridgewater Capital, one of the smartest guys that understands history. And history is always a great predictor of what's going to happen next. Things rhyme. So Ray Dalio has done analysis of empire. And empires go through a life just like you and I do. And they start out and they ascend and they peak and they start to crest and they start to decline. And we've already crested. So we're on the decline. Most empires last about 250, 275 years. We're at 247 right now, or 248. So we're right in the sweet spot. And what empires typically enjoy, which allows them to ascend and maintain their primacy, are two things: military might and hegemony of currency. So the United States dollar, which is actually the Federal Reserve note after 1913, has been the supreme currency throughout the world. Most sales of commodities have been done in U.S. dollars. Most sales, especially oil, have been done in U.S. dollars after the 1971 Nixon agreement with the Saudis. Most countries have a lot of dollar-denominated assets and holdings, foreign reserves in New York banks and London banks. And this is a problem for them because as the U.S. Federal Reserve Bank, which is a privately owned institution, by the way, it's not owned by the public, it's owned by private bankers, very wealthy families. They have the ability to debase the currency. And this is what every empire has always done, because you have three choices when it comes to services and taxes. You can raise taxes to bring in more dollars, which is nobody wants to pay more. You can cut services. Obviously, we're talking about, childcare, but among all services, nobody wants to get less. And this is where votes come from in a democracy. So the third way you can do it is you can literally create new money that didn't exist before and then service your debts with that money you've created. And that debases the currency. Well, that's fine for us. I mean, it's not great for us, but we can get away with it. But anybody else who's holding that currency or assets that are denominated in that, they start to lose value. And if you look at the U.S. treasuries, and this is the key thing, if I'm boring you, shut me up.
No.
But this is so important to understand. The way that we raise money to pay our debts, obviously we have a huge portion of our federal budget that's annual interest payments. The annual interest payments now have exceeded the Department of Defense's budget. It's over $955 billion a year and climbing quickly. The rate at which we service debt changes over time with prevailing interest rates. You as an investor, you have the right to ask for a return for buying a bond from somebody, whether it's Israel, United States, whatever. So the coupon right now on the 30-year bond is, I think it's like 3.97%, which means that every 6 months you get half of that in interest for every $1,000 you give the government or municipality. Over time, as that becomes riskier, investors want more if they're going to keep giving them or holding on to that debt. So as rates go up, it makes servicing that debt ever more expensive. And as different durations of debt retires and has to be resubmitted for sale, auction, the rates go up. And so it exacerbates that annual debt service requirement, which is exploding. It's the fastest budget moving item on the budget in the country right now is the debt servicement. So that is playing out in ways right now that is unthinkably cataclysmic for the United States. And we've enjoyed the benefits of being able to import goods relatively cheaply given our supremacy. That's going to change. China is the major production hub of the world as well as the East because our corporations seeking lower labor costs outsource most production over since 1985 to present. So we've been able to buy that stuff back with dollars, but that's going to change because what's going to happen is there's a shift right now taking place where a bunch of other nations are saying, okay, we got to figure out a plan B because two things. One, the debasement is making us lose value. But secondly, more importantly, the U.S. government weaponizes the transaction systems and foreign reserve holdings of countries if they don't like what they're doing.
Like what's happening in Iran right now. Prime
They
example.
use it as a tool to put up pressure on people saying,
Yep.
hey, we know you have our dollars. We're going to take your dollars that are in our reserve banks, and we're going to put pressure on you to exclude you from the settlement system if you don't do what we want. And those are sanctions. And so they use it as though they weaponize the hegemony of the international currency. And that's what the U.S. has done all across the world. Look at any of our major adversaries, Russia, Venezuela, China. We sanction countries into oblivion as best we can, which is obviously punitive. And nobody likes a bully, no matter who it is. So what's basically going to happen is, and this is just, it's inevitable. The two biggest things that I think are going to change in the near term, and this is my guess, pension funds are going to go belly up. So you're going to see a huge requirement to bail out pension funds as the older population starts to draw more from the system. That's coming very quickly. Private equity has definitely screwed that up, and I'll explain that later. And secondly, you're going to see nations moving further and faster away from the dollar. They're going to be less likely to accept or buy treasuries at these auctions, which is going to require the Federal Reserve Bank to take on more of that debt by issuing new currency and then buying the bonds, giving the money to the government, which is going to debase the currency further. So this is why I call it the candy bar test. There's a certain candy bar that I used to get called Twix. I'm sure people have heard of it.
I love Twix.
Those Twixes were 79 cents for a standard size candy bar 3 years ago were 79 cents. I just looked at it yesterday at the store, $2.09.
What the fuck, man?
That's almost a 300% price
it's probably
change.
Smaller.
And
Shrinkflation.
They've shrinkflationed it too. So if you look at our real rate of inflation, it's probably closer to 30 to 35% on many goods, not 3% as they're claiming publicly. They engineer those numbers. So we have a double whammy. We're going to lose the hegemony of the currency, and it's going to continue to be artificially inflated to meet debt obligations. And these two things are going to destroy the standard of living in the United States, notwithstanding the other normal forces of greed and avarice and corporate domination and all the other corruption that we're talking about. So the only way to deal with the discontent that's going to come out of that is to have a system of control, which will deal with the inevitable fallout, the civil unrest. Now, if you don't know this, they meaning the powers that be, they've built about a $20 trillion network of underground hideaways, because knowing the civil unrest is coming and or nuclear conflict.
Right.
This is their plan to basically get out of harm's way while we, the remaining crumbs on the table, fight it out.
GTFO.
Yeah. So this is what is going to be happening in the next 10 years, probably sooner. And I don't take pleasure in sharing this, by the way, because it's obviously I'm part of the problem. I'm caught in the problem like anybody is on this live. But
it was all those Twix that you bought, Chip.
Yeah, I'm not helping the Twix economy now that the prices have gone up. But these are the fundamental drivers of where we're going in the big sense. Now, how some of the little stuff plays out, do we have a near-term conflict over Taiwan, or does the Middle East thing blow back up, or do we have terrorist attacks or other unforeseen events? Those are all possible, but those undertows, those long-term trends are not going away, and they can't go away. There's no way to change them. There is no answer.
Yeah, and when empires start to fall, they flail about trying to maintain that, control that they have. And maybe that explains why we're seeing, let's go to war with Venezuela, let's take Greenland, let's take Canada, you know what I mean? Like this attempt to create another war, because, historically speaking, war has been good for the economy generally, because we haven't seen devastation, in our own place, but it kind of churns economic growth to a degree. But yeah, I think you're right. And the kind of side issues all feed back into that root cause that you're talking about. And this is just like the response, human nature, I guess, to it. Hell, the shrinkflation's going to get so bad, Chip, it's going to be called Twic, because there's you're only going to get one, and it's going to be Twic. Just saying.
It's going to be called Unox.
I got a question for you, Chip. I guess I have a question for you. Do you agree that Americans are the major bondholders of the national debt?
It's a combination. When you say Americans, it's a combination of pension funds, municipalities, all sorts of different organizations have.
Those are Americans, right? They both. Ultimately, it's American, right?
The largest holdings of debt is a combination of the Federal Reserve and American pension funds,
which go back to Americans. I'm not saying it goes back to necessarily the average Americans, right?
When you say go back to, what do you mean by that, though?
The ownership of the bond.
Well, the key part is who gets the interest on the bond.
Yeah, it goes back to Americans.
So the pension funds get the yield. The Federal Reserve retains its own yield because it basically issues them to the government, and then it gets paid by the government. So it earns the interest on those bonds.
I think Sensei's point is that Americans own basically most of the debt. I think 70% or so, 75%, I think, of the debt are owned by Americans. Is that right?
Earlier there seemed to be a disagreement upon the ownership of our debt.
I see. So, well, do you think that changes the calculus that Chip laid out, kind of like the outcome? Because
No,
okay.
No, absolutely not. No.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was going to say, I think it'll, you're owning the thing that is the promissory note for the thing that's going to get fucked at some point anyway. So, it's almost useless at that point.
Can I ask Chip a question, Liberal?
No, we don't allow that on this panel. The fuck, man?
I just want to get it in before everybody gets, off the conversation. I'll be an hour down the road.
That's what he said.
I can't get off this.
Good. Sorry.
I don't know why I can't get off this Chip. This gold desk move from Chase and Jamie Dimon over to Singapore. I feel like 10 years down the road from now, we're going to be looking at this, kind of like a 2008 bubble. So twofold, I guess. Have you figured out any more ideas of why that is, other than like a stable coin, or is it literally just like a get out before it's gone? And is it related to what's happening with the Iranian inflation? And also, do you think that we need legislators that would put into law, if you're going to try to move bullion out of our country, that's basically an act of treason, and we're going to seize all your assets so we don't end up a crumbled empire?
Well, the question answers itself, because the very people who influence the legislation and the lawmaking are the ones who are doing the movement of the bullion. So they're not going to allow the legislator to create rules that restrict what they want to do. What he's talking about is most countries have foreign reserves in hard assets. Most nations right now are trying to acquire as many physical assets, especially gold and silver, because of the dynamics and the importance it's playing in all aspects of the economy, as well as precious metal. So this is part of what goes what I was talking about before as far as the currency. Rather than holding dollars, you're exchanging those dollars, which are diminishing in value quickly, for hard assets. So they appreciate while the dollars depreciate. So you want to try to have more of the hard assets than the paper assets. And so that's been happening. Now, silver is an interesting case just because if you understand the silver market, this has been going on forever, by the way, it's controlled by a very small number of banks through the COMEX exchange in New York. It's the exchange with which the futures markets trade. And the way they've controlled the price and kept it artificially low is that they get to issue the contracts. So if you have a normal market, you have buyers and sellers, and you have an equilibrium at a price. But if you control the market maker's desk and you can hide from the public the true nature of the orders, you can sell more orders in the market than people that are buyers to buy, therefore keeping the price lower through artificial supply and demand. Now, the reason why they got away with this for long is because people settled their contracts in cash at the end of the duration of the contract. But what's happening now is people are asking for physical delivery. Well, if you've been artificially creating fake futures contracts, in the hundreds of millions of ounces of silver for decades, and now people say, well, I want the silver, not the dollars in settlement. Well, now you have to come up with the silver. So the recent price hike in silver that you're seeing is because banks are scrambling anywhere in the world they can find it to have to go get something to keep the game going.
And China just restricted exports of it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, China refines most of the silver in the world. So because again, so the bottom line is it's called a squeeze. When you're short a stock or short a contract. Hold on, Nezrin.
Is that Nezrin? Okay, everybody mute up if you're not talking, please.
So a squeeze is when this happens, when you have people who are short an item, whether it's a stock or whether it's a commodity or whatever, and everyone wants either to get out of the short position or wants to buy the item too. So you add those two up and it creates a lot of buying pressure. and the short people have to pay more and more as more people buy. The price goes up, and it's like it's like a vicious circle. It keeps getting worse, and so that's what you saw with GameStop when GameStop went from like $30 to $350, and that's what you're seeing with silver right now, where it went from 30, 35, or $40 just a year ago to now it's up in the 70s. Now what they do is they change the margin requirements for the future contracts. Normally to trade futures, you have to put up a certain amount of money to control a larger amount of the assets. So it used to be about 20,000 for silver for 1,000 ounces or 5,000 ounces, whichever it is. Now they've raised that to 35,000. And people who have 10 contracts can't afford to maintain those because they got to send the exchange more money to sit in those 10 contracts. So they have to dump 3 or 4 of them to get out and be able to maintain the 5 or 6 they have the money to keep. And that's what caused silver to pull back recently, is people being forced out of their positions. But that's artificial because that's exchange driven. But the true dynamics of supply and demand for silver, in my view, are going to push it up into the several $100 range over the next year. It's at 71 and change right now, give or take. And it may still pull back some more if they put more margin requirements in temporarily, which is legal under the CFTC. But it's artificial. Silver is needed for everything from solar panels to industrial applications, electronics. It's all across the board. It's a metal that's direly needed, and like you said with China, they just put export restrictions on silver so that it's not. They're going to further constrain the supply, making it more difficult to get to play this game. And so the dealers who have promised all this silver and can't get it are in a terrible situation. And what's probably going to happen is they're going to seek a federal bailout. We're talking hundreds of billions of dollars of potential losses. And what happens with these bankers who control the legislators and the politicians? They say, hey, we can't meet these obligations. We need the government to do it for us. And they're going to get it.
Even though it is illegal to, sell that which you don't have. Of course. In terms of like physical assets. And see, but I think it's too late to fix that, as you were talking about, the dominoes are falling and we're just in the middle of the dominoes collapsing. So I don't know. Is there a way to fix it to maybe peg, say the dollar to something else because like Donald Trump with the childcare, some idiot does a YouTube video and so he just cuts off all funding. Like, isn't there a way to go to the banks and say, you're going to check your physical assets, and if you have loaned out or, stated you have more and you don't, then you get cut off from federal funding, you get, auctioned off or something? Like, could you do that?
Yeah, but remember, it's the inmates are running the asylum. The same criminal banks that are playing all these games and manipulating these different markets are the ones who control those making the decisions. You try making a decision in Congress that goes against the banking industry.
Right.
You find yourself on the wrong side of a primary.
They're too big to fail.
Well,
they're too big to exist.
Like what you said about the GameStop scenario. SEC stopped trading because of
that was wild.
Let the market makers burn. I don't care. Yes. Put all the burden upon individual traders.
Right. Yeah, because I mean, if a family is failing, like financially, there's no bailout for you. We don't bail out families for making poor decisions and getting burned. So why the fuck do we do it to them? Let it go.
If they're gonna sink our ship, I mean, they need to fucking go down with us.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I know the consequences of it may be pretty bad, but it's like lesson learned, because it'll be so bad that people will be like, this will fucking never happen again. But if those consequences are never felt by anybody that has somebody to blame for that, it'll just keep happening because no consequences ever came.
I mean, the whole system of the stock market is rigged against the individual buyer, right? You and I, right? I mean, GameStop, if you weren't aware of it before, it was clear as day when GameStop happened. They stopped multiple times for trading, and there was no reason, right? If there's a squeeze on the market makers, that's their issue.
Fuck them.
Not me.
Right.
I have no control about that.
They made a bet. Sometimes those bets don't work out. And yeah, it really does suck. But like Robinhood and stuff, for example, when you buy something off Robinhood or Cash App, they actually tell the market makers in advance. Like there's a lag between when you put your stuff in and actually get it, and they tell them in advance, what's going up based on the number of purchases through these apps. So, yeah, it's crazy. So we've got a couple new people in, Nezrin and MK for Peace.
Can I just
Nezrin,
answer one last question real quick? I'm sorry. Somebody asked a great question.
Sure.
So what he says, what's your play? How to save the economy? What do you do about this? Here's the hard truth. What you have in life, what you think you have, you don't really have. We don't really have anything. All this stuff is numbers on a screen or pieces of paper from a brokerage. It's confidence. And if the confidence goes away, you have what you have in front of you. That's it. So to have resilience, you have to have physical, you have to have plan Bs. So know your neighbor, for God's sake, so you can help each other. That's the first step. You have to have some backyard chickens. You got to have some way to have some clean water and some food and some shelter that's not going to put you out on your ass if somebody else decides to play their game on you. And if you don't have those things, if you don't have those basics, you really don't have anything.
yeah, chickens are great. I loved having my chickens. I don't really have the yard anymore for it now, but yeah, I mean, it's certainly being able to feed yourself and your neighbors. 3 chickens make a lot of eggs, y'all. More eggs than you could eat, unless you eat them every day, then you only get 3. Well, you don't even get 3 necessarily, but I was going to go to the new panelists, but they're gone. So does anybody else want to jump in there on this? Because when it comes to like finances and financial shit and markets, I'm not, that's not really my bag. But
Well, I just, and I know I'm not trying to put pressure on you, Chip, but I was wondering, do you see this bullion move, whatever, to Singapore through Chase Bank related to the recent, Iranian financial upheaval?
I'm really not sure. I looked into it briefly, and from what I found in the research that I did was they simply had planned this move, and it was just done rather quickly, unexpectedly. It hadn't been announced. So I don't know if it is to try to evade any type of capital controls or anything like that. Time will tell.
Well, I want to say that this is what it looks like when you come after the middle class, right? This is how they're collapsing the middle class. And this is where we're all going to be forced into this class of enslavement because they know that people aren't going to have enough to survive on their own. So once again, this administration has broken something and is going to come in and say, hey, we're here to fix it, right? And this is how you fix it, right? Because we're going to give you UBI. We're going to give you, this health care if you choose to buy it through the Trump website. We're going to give you this. We're going to give you that. And once again, everybody in the middle and lower class, we're not going to have a choice but to lean on them because they're buying up our farms, they're buying up our homes, they're buying up everything so that we can't be self-sufficient in this world as of today. Because as Chip was explaining, they're doing things that we have no knowledge of. Most of us aren't paying attention to what's happening in the stock market because the stock market isn't quote unquote directly affecting a lot of us. Now, there are some of us that do play in the stock market, but they don't get the return like they think they do. Like it's a game of 3-card Monte, and I think that is where the connection comes into this enslavement of the middle class and the poor class, making it between rich and poor and not a race thing. And that's just my opinion on what he was saying.
yeah, real quick, Julie, you said you can't hear. Is it you can't hear everybody, or you just couldn't hear Lonnie? Let me know, because I could hear you just fine, Lonnie. And if anybody else is having issues hearing, please let us know. Yeah, it's we are headed that direction because ultimately they will find a way to capitalize on the downturn of everything, and everybody else is going to get fucked. But of course, it peters out because, like, for example, in Europe, used to be empire, and now they're not, but they're okay, right? I don't know if they're okay because the U.S. has been friendly to them, you know what I mean? Or if, because I feel like even after an empire falls, there's a bit of like reconstruction and adaptation to the new world. So I think it looks better on the other side of that. Would you say, Chip, after a tumultuous time period, there, it kind of, you get to a level of stability afterward?
Well, that's been the case historically. The question is, the American system is based upon everyone having a chance, the opportunity, the American dream, so to speak. And that promise, that possibility, I think is going to change dramatically over the next, it has been changing, obviously, but it's going to change even more so in the coming decade. So the American experiment is turned into an oligarchy that's going to squeeze the lifeblood out of the working and working poor. And that's just going to continue in that direction over time. We're going to have an extremely bifurcated society of the haves and the have-littles, in my view.
Yeah. I mean, do you think that we'll eventually make it to a point where, people will get what they need, like we see in like pretty much every country in Europe? Do you think that will be something we get to, or do you think it'll just be worse or just like an authoritarian type situation?
I think if this is my guess, and again, this is controversial, but I think there's a concerted effort, especially among those who wear the smaller headgear, to destroy this country and to eventually destroy Western Europe as well, to dominate them. And I think that that's exactly what's in play, and it's working according to plan.
To what end, do you think?
Control.
Just control.
Revenge.
For control.
Power,
Revenge.
money, control. It's always been their objective. They've tried it in every society they've gone in and out of. It's why they get kicked out of all the societies, because they try to play the same game. And
That's
in this
true.
case, they've done it in ways, because now they have nuclear weapons at a home base. And they have the stranglehold on all the major political systems and banking and infrastructure and media and a lot of the economy. And they're using the world's military to their end. And they're just slowly but surely waiting out the eventual decline of these nation states by flooding them with foreigners and ruining their financial systems. And eventually they can crumble under their own weight and they can dominate them.
And just for supremacy's sake. Do you think it's a religious thing, or do you think this is just, they're just using that as the tool, as the vehicle?
It's an ethno-religious ideology of supremacy.
Yeah. I mean, it really is. And people, oh my God, that's anti-Semitic. But you read their text, it literally says these things. The text itself would be based on their, definition of what is, anti-S. The Bible itself would be anti-S.
Yeah, people can look this up. It's pronounced Edom, E-D-O-M, and it refers generally to the broad network of affiliated white Christian societies, mostly United States and part of Western Europe. But look up the fall of Edom, and that's sort of like their grand vision. The prophecy they have for controlling the future is for the Western Christian nations to fall, and then they move in and dominate.
Now, there is going to be an interesting thing, because Christianity has a view that this thing with that religion has to take place, and then they can at some point latch on to, this is the return, right? This is the return of the Messiah. And so at that point, those Christians, if we're going based on religion, right, they will then look at those people and say, now you guys have to convert to us. So then you're going to, I don't think that this, this religion, I don't even want to say the names because fucking TikTok, will get you. But there could end up being like a war of religions and conversion between Christianity and the other. What does anybody
can I jump in real quick?
Based on
I want to
prophecy.
tell you something,
sure.
Personally, I have a few Muslim friends on this app, and when I'm not here, we are literally trying to convince people one by one a lot of times that Christians and Muslims have a lot more in common than we have differences of values. If you notice, these small headgear people, I like that one, Chip. They work tirelessly to literally divide Muslims and Christians and ally with both, in a sense, secret, but not in good faith. So they've got the Muslims believing that Christians are a bunch of animal diddling, pork eating idol worshippers, and then they want the Christians to believe that the Muslims marry young children. They'll unalive you if you apostatize from the religion, all these sorts of things. And their greatest fear, from their rabbis who literally hate Christians, they hate Western society, is if Ishmael and Amalek ever united, or Edom, whatever, the line of Esau, okay, let's just say that. If Esau and Ishmael ever united, which means basically the same family lineage, as far as they see it. That's why people in Germany in the 30s were saying, these people are literally, when they found out, they're like, my goodness, they're literally living out their Old Testament vengeance. I mean, they still talk about the Palestinians to this day as Amalekites. I literally had, the Small Headgear clan try to convince me, literally an Israeli, try to convince me that why wouldn't I agree that God's will should have been fulfilled, that the Amalekites should have been completely wiped out? And I said to him in response, this was actually a paid, military agent, admittedly. And I said to him, okay, so if the Palestinians are the Amalekites and, they were supposed to be wiped out because they would constantly war with you, they'd constantly be a thorn in your side, they would constantly do this, that, and the other thing to literally attack you from all sides, from the tail end, whatever, then how is it that Christian churches have lasted over 1,500 years in Palestine until the freaking I don't know what word I want to use. I'll just use the Small Headgear clan. Put tank rounds through ancient churches. So this is the uphill battle I think we're facing as far as like geopolitically and religiously, is getting Christians and Muslims to actually communicate. And like the old saying, good fences make good neighbors, and realize we have this very small minority of people who literally want us to wipe each other out. And I'll land there.
And see, this is what I don't understand about religion. Like, all of this stuff happening based on religion is affecting everybody else who just is like, you guys are nuts. And I don't know. It's so weird because I don't believe in God. I don't believe in, the devil. I don't believe in any of that stuff. So it's weird to watch this affect me in such great ways based on some, Santa Claus that I see. Now, I don't mean that to be offensive. I'm just saying, like, from my viewpoint, I'm like, okay, y'all believe whatever you want, but now we're talking about controlling others and dominating and unaliving people in the name of this thing. I don't know. Do we have any other atheists in here?
Got one right here.
Well, I used to be a Christian, but I'm not atheist. I'm just sorting
agnostic.
things out.
Yeah, so like Lonnie, like
I'm leaning towards Norse paganism, actually.
Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like this, isn't it weird to like watch from an outsider's perspective this whole thing that affects everybody?
Yes, it is. It is definitely weird. Like I said, religion was used to control the masses and excuse hurting others. And like you said the other day, this book, especially the Old Testament, shows you where their God decided that he was going to unalive all these people by telling whoever to go do it. And if you don't do it, then you'll suffer the consequences. And it bleeds into what I say all the time. A lot of these people are only nice because they're afraid of going to hell. None of them are actually nice people. You know what I mean? Like, if you're not
funny.
nice, you're gonna go to hell. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh well, God told me we gotta love thy neighbor, but then you sit here and you call ice on your neighbor. Like, that's crazy.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
No, like,
So Sensei Chip, are you both religious or just kind you believe but you're not really engaged so much? What's your stances? I mean, you don't have to say if you know it's a personal
I was raised a
question.
Christian, but I'm not practicing anymore. But I find it fascinating that these people believe what they believe. I don't think anybody's better than anybody else. I think that all people exist, and we got to figure out a way to make this all work. But the fact that there is a group that has a concerted effort, they're such a tiny part of the global population, but they have this desire to dominate everybody. I find that concerning.
Yeah, and for whatever justification, you know, in this case, religious, but whatever the justification is, it's just wrong to do. We've been around for so long. We have so much technological advancements, yet we're still engaging in this, like, you know, me, mine, ours, not you, you know, like hatred of each other. It's just, I wish we could just get to a point where everybody just accepted everybody globally, all cultures, all, you know, walks of life, belief systems, whatever. Maybe.
Yeah, I was brought up a Christian, and I always refer to. I mean, I don't know what I'm now, but when I speak with my Christian friends, I always refer back to the second of the greatest commandments that ever came out of Jesus' mouth himself, Matthew 22:39. Love thy neighbor. How are you loving your neighbor?
Well, yeah, and when we read the book, right, it wasn't necessarily speaking about the person that lived down the street from you. It wasn't. It was speaking about the people that were connected by this fictitious border. You know what I mean? Like, and the fact that there are so many people screaming Christianity, but yet this line drawn in the sand that divides um, the US from South America, from North America, is a great indicator of people not loving thy neighbor. And then they sit in a church every Sunday and they say, oh, well, the Lord told me, you know, if I do this, I'm going to go to heaven. But yet, like I said, you sit here and you call and you report people who you believe are undocumented. And without even realizing that if these people were truly undocumented, you wouldn't know where they were, right? You're just making an assumption that these people are undocumented, but not understanding why we have, you know, immigrants in this country anyway, you know, to help add money to the economy because these people were allowed to come over in border states and work and go back home and pay taxes and help our economy. And then yet y'all, they sit up here and they scream, we don't need them, kick them out, right? They're a hindrance on our economy. They're taking. They weren't taking anything that they weren't rightly allowed to have, which means they needed to have citizenship to get any social programs. And that wasn't until after 5 years of being a citizen could they have access to any of our social programs while paying taxes. So they were the ones that had taxation without representation in this country. And then they get up here and they blindly follow this man who they think is the greatest businessman in the world, and obviously he's the greatest con man in the world at this point, and scream about getting rid of people. But
second only to Jesus.
Right. And then on the other hand, complain that inflation is up, this is down, this is that. I can't afford to feed my family. I can't afford to do this. And they blindly follow this man in the atrocities that he does, and then they excuse it, you know, in so many ways. And it's the same thing that happened in the Old Testament. Like, God did all these atrocities and these people just glaze over it. Like, oh, he did. Oh, well, he said if 10 people don't believe, I'm tearing down the whole city. 10 people didn't believe. He tore down the whole city. Oh, well, if they would just believed, they'd be here. Like, it's crazy.
If they just believed.
Well, my opinion, my interpretation of Christianity, and if I'm incorrect, I'd love for somebody to actually tell me. Jesus didn't unalive for a select group of people. He unalived for humanity. That is to bring humanity together. That's the general message, right? And again, going back to Jesus, right? Out of his mouth, just like what I'm saying right now, I speak what I believe is important, so does everybody else, right? Matthew 22:37-39. Most people know it. love God with all thy heart. These are the greatest commandments, which are explicitly stated out of Jesus' mouth in red ink, right? In the Bible. And the second is love thy neighbor. This is not your neighbor down your street, because if Jesus was only going to sacrifice himself for his neighbor down the street, that would exclude the rest of humanity. So how is any Christian loving thy neighbor, which would include humanity?
I don't know.
I've got a different take on it personally.
Oh, well, let's hear it.
Well, I think, most of us have come across migrant workers in our lifetimes, and nobody ever minded until recent years, and
that's true.
I think it's that the issue isn't the migrant workers. Now, if I'm brutally honest, I think the left, a lot of people would love to see, and I'm not trying to I'm not trying to gaslight anybody. I'm not trying to cause an argument. The left would love to see, stick it to whitey, to have a white minority nation. And that's your prerogative. I mean, people operate from a place of either security, ambition, or revenge, I think, ultimately. I'm looking at it from a place of security for our entire nation. If you look at companies, NGOs that are facilitating mass migrant caravans that are not migrant workers, they're cherry-picked from all over the world, okay? And companies like Hyas, who's received over $500 million in tax money through federal grants, the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society, you can look them up. In Mexico, it's like looking at a map of Starbucks in New York City. They have locations all over Mexico. We all know about George Soros, but there are many others who would literally love to see this nation crumble. So my point is, what if a billion people show up tomorrow, and we all want to be compassionate and say, yeah, hey, welcome. It's a party. Let's all just be friends, and then we'll all be poor together. I mean, that's what I think the goal of these NGOs are. And the Small Hat Clan, the bankers, the banksters, literally like the Russian mafia, Bolshevik style revolutionaries. I don't think it will end pretty. It won't end pretty for anybody involved, left or right, if we don't all agree that we need a certain number, a limit, really restrictive border controls, because like Sensei was saying earlier, men had to literally lose their lives for the right to a 40-hour work week, child labor laws, a living wage. And, if we're flooded with, if we end up with 1 billion people in America, say goodbye to those days. Talk about gig work. We'll be cracking peanuts. And I mean, that's the way I see it, unfortunately.
So, like, there is, an effect on wages when you get a bunch of labor come in, if you look at it that way. That's true. The more labor you have, the suppressed the wages could be. But, government can come in there and set minimum wages. You can combat that through minimum wages that should have kept up with inflation, but never did because, whatever. But in terms of like 1 billion people coming in, I think if there were 1 billion people trying to get into the United States, something's going on, and it has nothing to do with the United States. That's a lot of people, But as far as the left goes, generally speaking, I've never heard anybody on the left say we want like open borders. You hear that more from like libertarians, who are, some of them are for completely open borders, free travel to anywhere, because the borders are arbitrary, etc., what have you. But I don't think that we're arguing, and I certainly am not arguing for just unmitigated, people coming in with, with no controls whatsoever. But there's I'm okay with, I think, a cap, maybe yearly cap or something on the total number of people. And it should be controlled, obviously. But I don't know. I'd push back on the characterization that people on the left are like just wanting as many people to come in.
I don't think, no. I'm not saying that everybody on the left. I'm saying that these people have got a lot of people fooled into believing that, we just all want to pick on migrant workers when that's not the case,
Well, I mean, that seems to be the target, because that's been the scapegoat that they've used. It's a vehicle to do what Donald Trump is doing right now. It's somebody to blame. You did this to me. My life
that's
sucks.
what I mean about
you know what I mean?
The
It's
right screwing up so badly that they're handing the baton to the left. That's one of my points, liberal.
right. Yeah, but my point is that it's not the immigrants that are, because I'm not going to fault a man or a woman that wants to go to a different country to try and better their life. You know what I mean? I'm not going to hate them for that. I get it. But instead of like us coming down hard on businesses that will hire somebody without any kind of documentation whatsoever, that's where our focus needs to be. The punishments should be severe. You could lose your job, your business. It could be auctioned off to the next person, so that the government doesn't necessarily take it over, but somebody can still do the private, you know what I mean? So it was just somebody to point at and say, you did this to me. But we really know who it is. It's the fucking rich people doing it to us.
Here's something to consider, right? America's wealth, how is it derived? Right? Initially, it was enslavement of the black people. And then America...
In part, yes.
Yes. And in much modern times, well, now actually it's been going on for at least 150 years, I'd say. America's interventionist policy by destabilizing countries throughout the world, especially Central South America. Why are these countries impoverished? Why are we destabilizing? Why are we having coups, CIA coups in Iran? That's how
because
we're
of
deriving a lot of
Bolshevik neocons that disguise themselves as conservatives, like Paul Wolfowitz, he was the architect of the Clean Break Memo to destabilize the entire Middle East for Israel. It's the same bad actors.
So is that the same argument for Gaddafi, right? Going to their own, getting off the global,
absolutely,
getting off the U.S. reserve currency.
Yeah, like Chip was talking about earlier. These are the things that we've done to try and protect our hegemony.
Yeah. So we're I don't know if we're a good actor in this situation as far as deriving resources and wealth throughout the world and the methods of how we do this.
Can I just say one thing about what was just said?
Please.
Real quick? I have to clarify. Okay, so you said we, and I'm not coming at you for this. I'm just saying the word we implies that Americans and or American citizens have the will for these things to occur. Remember, the transnational capitalist class, they don't have allegiance to governments or ideologies other than return on investment and greed and control and avarice.
That's right.
They use the resources of nation states politically by subverting them and infiltrating and their militaries and their police forces to enforce and or to go after and change things to their benefit. The reason why World War II occurred was not because Schmittler was marching across Europe taking over sovereign nations. They could give two shits about that. It's the impact and the threat that had on their banking hegemony over the German state. That was the big change. If you look at the major impetus for any of those interdictions you just talked about, those coups d'etats, it's always for the same thing. It's either resource-driven, financial-driven, or both. We don't care if there's a dictator in power or a democracy in power, as long as they don't interrupt the chain of custody of those key things. That's why Gaddafi was kicked out, because he was trying to go against the hegemony of the U.S. dollar to settle trade in oil and other resources. Same thing with Saddam Hussein. Same thing with what's happening down in Venezuela right now. It's always the same shit. Now you add in the Zionist element with Israel in the modern era, And that is another variable. So if a state is not only breaking from the financial system and doesn't want to let Western corporations steal their resources and talk shit against the Zionist state, now you have the trifecta, and that's a target for elimination.
Yeah, that's a good point, because you look at Saudi Arabia, dictator, piece of shit, worthless
I
fuckers.
love that example.
Yeah, and we love them. We go kiss the ring, we kiss the ass. Yeah, sorry, Sensei, if I jumped in there, if that was the point you were going to make.
Oh, you know exactly what I was thinking. Saudi Arabia, our greatest ally, or maybe one of our greatest allies in the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of government is that? Come on, man.
Yeah, they have as employment options beheader. You can become a person that chops people's heads off. Yeah.
Serious?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, matter of fact, I'll pull it up because this came up back in, it was either Obama or Bush. I don't remember. What does, because it's the death penalty. And I don't think they've changed it since I looked at it last. Executioners, state executioner, paid government job. Let's see. Saif, literally swordsman. Executioners are government employees. The role is often inherited or passed within families. Executioners receive a salary plus per execution compensation. Yep.
That's pretty barbaric. That's pretty barbaric in the 21st century.
Well, look, if I could choose the way I went, doing that instantaneously, that might be the way to go. All the things that I look at, it's pretty instantaneous. You know what I mean? Merciful, as opposed to for 10 minutes. Oh, that didn't work. Let's just do it. You know what I mean? So some of these ways that we've come up with to unalive people, pretty fucking brutal. So I guess it's the optics of it are a lot worse than maybe the reality of what it's. Of course, I've never had my head lobbed off, so I can't say for sure. But
hey guys, how's it going?
What's up, Philip?
Oh, nothing. Just woke up to the news of Trump now saying because he cares so much about the people of Iran that he's gonna boom Iran. I mean, I never knew he loved the people of Iran so much. I mean, it's just.
Well, you can't shot them, okay? You can't shot them. Did you see the misspelling in his
I saw that too. I mean, this is beyond a joke at this point. I know I was on here yesterday too, but I'm glad that video of that Shlomo dude is getting the traction it needs, but this is just beyond joke. I mean, if anybody thinks that we care about democracy and human rights in the year 2026, then I'm sorry. It's just, oh man, I don't know what more I can say.
Right. And the hypocrisy in this is wild because he literally put the military in the streets of cities to deal with the protesters. They've shot protesters.
Imagine, I just saw like a tweet as well. Imagine if China had come out and said, hey, we're gonna boom the United States because of how they're like treating the BLM riots and all that stuff.
Right.
It's just, it is beyond. And people who still buy the slop, it's just infuriating, man.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. But again, this goes back to let's do a good deed for Israel. That's what that is.
Exactly.
We're going to show Bibi, look what we did.
Yep,
give me a cookie.
I think I don't know how much more evidence people needs, but he is so compromised via that island man and Israel. I just don't know how much more clear it can get at this point.
Yeah. I mean, like some of the stuff that came out, there was, God, you know what? Let me pull up this fucking guy. I don't think I downloaded that video. Limo driver video. This, I just seen this yesterday. It's fucking wild. Yeah, here we go. This is related to the story. Now, 6 minutes. I won't play the whole thing, but we'll play some of it anyway. This is the guy. If you followed the channel, I've read about this limo driver that had Trump in the back and wanted to stop his vehicle and beat the shit out of him. And this was reported to the FBI, one of the tip lists, because a lot of these things were crazy. But now we're starting to see some of these things actually have some stuff backing it up, like this guy.
This is to Donald John Trump, who was the 45th president of the United States.
And look at the time date, the 1 year ago.
Donald, I know for a fact that you know exactly who I am. Don't even try to play like you don't. You stalked me in May, I'm almost certain it was May, of 1995, and you know you did. You called around the different services that were in the Dallas area until you found the one that I was a chauffeur for. Then you requested me specifically to come pick you up so that you could intimidate me. You even threatened me with your ignorant gold-plated semi-automatic whatever it was. You did all that because you had raped a little girl around Christmas time of 94, 5 months earlier, who was 14 years old. Now, when that little girl was 7 years old, her and her two sisters became my daughters by choice. I loved all three of those girls more than life itself. And you stalked me in Dallas, I guess because either she or her mother had threatened you with me. I haven't been able to get a straight story out of anybody about it. And you bragged while you were on your cell phone to somebody named Jeffrey, about having raped my daughter by choice. When I pulled that car over on the side of Highway 114, I had unlocked my briefcase and opened the top of it, where my pistol laid. It was loaded with some rounds that would have taken your head completely off of your body. And I came within 2 seconds of grabbing that gun and ending you right there. The only reason that didn't happen was because the spirit of our creators came over me. Said, you can't put your wife through this, was the thought. So I dropped that car back in drive. Took you on to the airport. Now, Donald, you better listen real close to this, boy. I forgive you. Doesn't mean I'm not mad at you. Doesn't mean you shouldn't be held accountable for that, and then for having my daughter, by choice, from the time she was 7 years old, having her murdered on January 10th of 2000, 2 weeks after she called the police about you, finally worked up the courage to call the police about you. On Christmas Day, she called the Tulsa Police Department and reported you having raped her. You know everything I just said is absolutely true, Donald. You know it, because you did it. I know you did it. The girl's mother knows you did it. You bought her 5 houses so far that I know of as hush payments. You started paying hush payments to her.
Yeah, so there is, this goes back into a couple of the stories that had come through those FBI tip lines that seem ridiculous on their face, and then you start seeing information that was even posted a while back, giving credence to some of these fucking stories, including the fact that on Lake Michigan, the story about the baby getting unalived,
The thing that also, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that he had operations that were on Lake Michigan. And to give a reason for Trump to have been there in the first place. Now,
And
obviously,
also,
it requires more proof than that, but again, what seems like crazy town on its face ends up having a lot of information that makes it more verifiable. Anyway, go ahead.
also, if I just don't understand the people who still blindly support him, look at this man's life from the moment he came into the public spotlight. He's always been a massive womanizer, and he cheated on every single one of his wives. His first wife accused him of that thing, and then they settled out of court. He has told a newspaper, whatever it was, that Island Man was a great guy. He likes women, many on the younger side, openly admitting it, meaning that he knew that he had that perversion. He cheated on Melania, and this has all been proven when she was pregnant with Barron, with that corn star. And we know that because he paid her like hush money payments through Michael Cohen. So, and yet they still don't believe that he has that type of character to do these things. I just don't understand.
It's pretty crazy. Yeah, hell, I've got the Katie Johnson video. I don't know if has everybody seen that video? Has anybody not seen the video?
I don't think I have.
I haven't seen that
if
video.
I have, I'd be willing to watch it again.
All right.
You always have good substance.
Well, then let's just watch it then. Now, granted, I'll preface this video by saying that somebody came out later and claimed that they had, concocted this whole thing. And now it turns out that the person that concocted the whole thing is also a Trump supporter, claims that it didn't happen. And in a fucking Guardian article that was absolutely atrociously written, just word salad crap, was put out there. So people can, argue that this is fake, but based on everything I've seen, it's not. But, who knows?
I came to this interview on my free will. No, there was nothing promised to me for doing this interview.
Excellent.
Yes, everything that I say at this interview will be the truth. I met Donald Trump at some parties I attend that I was working for Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. There was about 3 or 4 times that I had encounters with Donald Trump. I was 13. The first time that I met Donald Trump was at a party at Jeffrey Epstein's mansion. There was an orgy going on, and he was kind of watching off in the distance, and he basically asked if I could come over and give him a hand job. And at first, I wasn't very comfortable with it. This was like my first or second, first party, and I didn't think that was my responsibility. But my recruiter told me that I needed to do it, so I agreed to. And
her recruiter.
Then he, I began to. Sorry, this is a little difficult, but. Before I gave him a hand job, he kind of slapped my hand away and said, you need to use a glove. And the recruiter ran over and handed me a glove and said, no one touches Mr. Trump's penis without a glove. So I needed to use a glove. I gave him a hand job, and then immediately after, he had an orgasm, he left, and I didn't see him again at that party. Jeffrey Epstein is a billionaire friend of Donald Trump's that was responsible for throwing the sex parties. I originally came to New York trying to be a model, and in my travels I met a girl named Tiffany there who was very interested in me and said that that's what she did, is that she helped girls, get what they wanted, and she could help me get into modeling. That she knew a lot of people that were higher ups, and that it would be no problem. And so that's why, but I would just basically have to come model at a couple of events and meet some people. There would be no sweat. So, of course I went, that sounded like no big deal. And she was recruiting the girls to come to these parties. And they all looked, most of them were, my age. There was, maybe a couple girls that were maybe 14 or 15, but it seemed to me like we were all very young, so.
Okay.
Jeffrey Epstein knew that I was 13 years old. When he interviewed me, he asked me to get down to my bra, just my panties, and I thought that was weird, but modeling, maybe it was something about my figure. And he asked that I give him a massage. So then he asked me my age. He asked me, and I told him, told him that I was 13. I told him why I was there. And he basically said, well, you'll do, I'm sure that you'll fit pretty nicely here. And then he tried to basically slip himself inside of me, and I pushed him away, and I said, I'm because at that point in time I still believed that there was models and then there was the girls that did that. Like, I thought there was a separation. So I told him that I wasn't interested in that, but he said that I would do. And as far as Donald Trump, he knew that I was 13, and I believe that Tiffany told him. He seemed to take a liking to me because I was I was so young, and I was also a virgin. So I don't know. It seemed like he wasn't really into having girls that were liked by the other guys. He kind of, the whole glove thing. He kind of liked things to be his first. If that, for lack of a better term, but he was the one who wanted to get to a girl before everyone else did. Donald Trump knew that I was 13 because the first night that I was there, Tiffany actually suggested that she had a whole bunch of different wigs, and I expressed interest in them. I always told her that I would love to walk around with blue hair. And so I tried some on, and there was a blonde wig that she said that looked great on me. So I wore that wig, and Donald Trump had specifically asked about me because I remind him of his daughter. And she said, well, she's 13 as well. So he knew the first time that he saw me, but he took a liking to me because I look like his daughter. The reason I'm coming out now is when it happened originally, I just wanted to forget about the whole incident. And when I saw that he was running for president, I felt it was my responsibility to come out and tell our country what kind of man this person is. I don't think that he should even be the dog catcher, let alone running the greatest country in the world. After I met Tiffany at the bus station, she took me to, basically went to her house, her apartment, and got ready. I put on a blonde wig because it seemed fun to pretend to be someone different, but we went to the party that I was basically interviewing for, and Jeffrey Epstein was the one that was running the party. He had a quick meeting with everyone that was employed there, and then he had a private interview with me. The first time that I met Jeffrey Epstein, he did try to force himself inside of me without getting the go-ahead or anything. And then it was probably about the third or fourth party is when he basically forced, it was another massage, and it was basically like, it wasn't sex, but there was penetration, and I told him that I didn't want that, but he kind of got a little irritated. So I don't know, there was something about him that I guess I kind of held him, I held a lot of resentment towards him. By that time that happened, I kind of.
There you go. I think there's a longer version. I haven't been able to find it. there are claims that was completely and totally fabricated by somebody, but it tracks with what we know about him. And this video is actually somewhat old. This isn't a new video, so it's not like, they took what they know now and applied it later. This is,
I think for me, what the biggest realization is just how evil our ruling class is. Like, these people are just soulless psychopaths. And you have to be like that to get into these positions of power. And and then they accuse other people like of being this, while we have so much evidence that these people, the one who make our laws and stuff, are doing all this evil stuff. It's just,
yeah, it's pretty wild. Does anybody want to respond and say anything about the video? How you feel about that? Like, do you believe it?
I'm glad to see Trump shamed, literally. I mean, I was mortified after the Stop the Steal, finding out, that, and I'm not trying to change the subject, but, he literally made $250 million on J6. The caveat was, and he got it from, the working class part of the Republican Party. The caveat was you had to donate $8,000. Anything below that was split between him and the RNC. Anything above that went towards, Giuliani's fake campaign to quote unquote stop the steal. Other various things where I feel like he is truly Benedict Donald. He's obviously a slave to Israel, to his own interests, whatever it is. And yeah, I think he should be shamed for the rest of his life.
We're losing you.
And I feel like they're right in the. Oh, well, that's my point. Everybody else can go.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have seen this or not, but let me just kind of follow that video up with this article here. This is from the Wall Street Journal. The incident that prompted Trump to ban Epstein from Mar-a-Lago Spa. Epstein wasn't just a frequent visitor to Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago club in the late 1990s. The club was also sending spa employees, usually young women, to Epstein's nearby mansion for massages, manicures, and other spa services. The house calls went on for years, even as spa employees warned each other about Epstein, who was known among staff for being sexually suggestive and exposing himself during the appointments. The spa occasionally provided house calls for members. Epstein wasn't a dues-paying member of the club, but Trump told staff to treat him like one. Epstein had an account at the spa where his companion, Ghislaine Maxwell, booked appointments on his behalf. So somebody eventually complained to Human Resources. This is after years of them sending girls to Epstein. And once that complaint was made through Human Resources is when, also simultaneous to that, they were having real estate issues, him and Epstein. That's when he cut it off. Even though, apparently, I don't remember it, Marla, it may have been Marla, had actually also told the spa employees to not go to Jeffrey's house. And they were still sending the girls there. So Donald Trump fucking knew. But when it was reported to HR and something, then at that point, you've got to distance yourself. So this is something that happened for years. And, now he's the fucking president of the United States. It's crazy. That's fucking nuts. And that article was posted just a few days ago. I didn't read the whole thing though, because it's actually a paywall, so I don't want to get in trouble. Oh, thank you, Sensei. I appreciate you being here. Does anybody have anything they want to add? We do have Katrin. Welcome in, Katrin. Did you want to offer thoughts? You are muted, by the way. Katrin, going once, going twice. Bye. Chip, Philip, Goy, anything?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, realistically speaking, I've been following what's going on in like Iran and all, and I do believe that a lot of, don't get me wrong, the Iranian people have genuine concerns with this like theocratic government, but so much of what is being pushed by these. Am I allowed to say the Z word or no?
You could just say the Z word. Yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
TikTok is, I mean, from one day to the next, who the fuck knows
Exactly.
what you can say?
Dude, like every live I go on, it's like some people say it. I'll just say the Z word just in case. So those
Zebra.
people, yeah. How about that? We'll call them. So those people are pushing such massive amounts of misinformation. Like they actually have an IDF account in Persian. It's called IDF Farsi, where they're like pushing AI videos. It's really funny because they got exposed of like police like using water cannons on protesters, but it was actually in Israel. So it's just so much misinformation that is being like thrown around, and I believe this is like a yellow revolution where they're going to stir some sort of like internal conflict. And my guess is they want Iran to be just like Syria, where all of a sudden there's going to be some like armed militia that's going to come up. They're going to fight like the Iranian government. And then we're going to go in, we're going to back them. Of course, so is our greatest ally. And then the main thing is to cut Iran into pieces and to try to find a way to control the oil, the gas, and the Strait of Hormuz, which is something that they really, really want because that's a really important, I think it's the second most important shipping route after like the Suez, like a canal. So it's just, that's my like thing about it. But it'll be hard to do without ground troops because I do believe like the Iranian army, especially like with like the Shiites, they're pretty like battle hardened.
Yeah, well, we're watching it take place right now with the protests going on there, but again, our CIA did this under Project Ajax. They did this before
1953. Yep.
Yeah. So, it was about oil then too, largely. And, of course, the excuse they gave to everybody was the spread of communism. They didn't want the Soviets to have access to it. That didn't work out too well. But, it's like a redoing. But I think they'll go further this time than they did before. Before they just kind of, let the Shah come in and increase relations or whatever. Do what, Goy?
Yeah. I'd just like to say anybody that's conservative, take a good hard inward look at your party. I'm conservative, but you got to remember Iran. I'm sorry, I suck at pronouncing. I don't attempt to try to be cool either.
I have the same problem, brother. I have the same problem.
They prayed for us, right? Yeah, I mean, you do you, I do me. It's cool. But Iran, they prayed for us when our towers fell. Okay, they lit candles and prayed for us, and the Israelis celebrated not just the 5 dancers, their entire country. Okay, at that time, Paul Wolfowitz, the Deputy Secretary of Defense under Rumsfeld for Bush, is literally descended from Warsaw, Poland, also a Bolshevik J clan member who made the clean break memo that was, was decided that we would take out 7 countries in 5 years, the last being Iran.
Yeah, Wesley Clark. I remember Wesley Clark.
The danger. Yeah, and they said, literally, they didn't even have run of the Pentagon. The Mossad did. They were coming in unrestricted, not even showing credentials. So, this threat to our nation is real. It's as real as it gets. If you have somebody like Jonathan Pollard who stole our nuclear secrets and then
is meeting with Mike Huckabee in Israel as he was literally the worst traitor in American history. I mean, you got to wake up. You got to realize neocon is listed by the ADL as an anti-Semitic slur. I used to think neocons were the ultra-conservatives. I used to listen to Mark Levin, Michael Savage, Sean Hannity, Rush. I still like Rush. But look, like somebody like Michael Savage, who, I used to listen to avidly, said, he was a young socialist. But then his father told him, in any of these systems, the same people end up at the top. And I always thought it was like some cool, guru ideology to say, okay, I'm going to be a libertarian, not a socialist. But no, he was literally just positioning himself in a position where he could gain the most influence. Just because somebody says they're a conservative, we have to remember people do lie. They will lie to your face. They're not conservatives.
Well, it's funny. They're like, well, with socialism, it's always one person gets to the top. And it's like, so let's not do that. Let's just put one person at the top. I mean, that's really what they're advocating for is this ruling class. That's what they've been advocating for a long time. But yeah, that's why I call the United States a proxy country for because essentially that's how we've been operating for quite a while now.
I want to speak to what the Goy father said as well. I voted third party in 2024. I voted for Jill Stein. Many of my friends who I game with, who I've known from high school, from college, especially the guys, they all voted for Trump. Almost every single one of them. They all admit that he has been such a massive failure. We all have a group chat where we share everything that we're talking about on here. And every one of them is saying, yeah, this guy is doing the complete opposite of what they voted him in for. They thought, honestly, that this would be America first. But I tried to tell them too, but they just were stuck on the ideological lines. But all of them now see it. They're my age. And it's just this neocon. Also, they also classify the USS Liberty as anti-you-know-what as well, which is just insane, that group. But yeah, it's just a sad state of affairs. And I hope people get out of these ideological bubbles we're living in and recognize that the system is working exactly as intended and our ruling class does not care about us. And that entity has a massive amount of influence over our political establishment, our media, and at this point, we have all the facts to prove it. Saying that is not anti-you-know-what, it's the truth. And we are reaching 1984 levels of dystopian reality where if we point that out, they will call us that word and they will call us a liar.
Yeah, speaking of that, there is actually a document from antisemitism.org. It's a PDF. You could just Google list of all anti-Semitic words, and some of these are crazy. The Goyim no is a anti-Semitic slur, according to this document. Well, open borders for Israel, according to them, is anti-Semitic. Let's go some of these. So some of them are sheening, wooden doors.
I second open borders for Israel.
Let's see. The number 14, the number 18, the number 88, the numbers 109 and 110, emojis. Any glossary of racism in the modern age must include emojis, which are often used as proxies for racist language or epithets. It is especially important to be mindful of context in these circumstances, as the context in which an emoji is used can drastically change its meaning and impact. There's nothing inherently wrong with using any of the below emojis where they do not pertain to Jewish people or have an intent to cause offense. Emojis. Anti-Semitic. Nose, let's say, where's the Palestinian flag? Anti-Semitic. Literally. There's a big ass paragraph. Let me just show you here. Palestinian flag, anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitism glossary. Violent emojis. Oh my goodness. Let's like what the fuck? Bankroll. I mean, what? Right? Cancer.
Globalist.
Yeah, cancer is anti-Semitic, apparently. So if you want to contact them, their contact information's down here. Mail it like the shit that they come up with in this, because I thought the Liberty was in here. Let me see if I can't find it again. Echo.
I think the USS Liberty is on that ADLs. They're the one who added it. They also added America First on there. They added Zog on there.
Look at this. Jewish. I just like some of these make sense. Very few of them make sense though. I know it's wild. Like when everything is anti-Semitic, nothing is. That's all I can say. Right?
Well, I just want to say I second the open border policy for Israel.
Yeah. We can't say Israel is a cancer. No, I think they're relating that to skin
Probably and
cancer.
gladly.
I think they're relating that to skin cancer because a lot of Europeans went over there, and of course the UV in that area is a lot stronger than in Europe, and so they ended up with second highest rates of skin cancer in the world up until 2008 when they started doing like public service announcements and shit and passing out, SPF 10,000. So they got a handle on it, but yeah, let me read under the cancer part of this. Although it may not have its own. Yeah, let's see. So it's considered non-offensive. Crazy. Hang is.
Well, I can't believe you have such a quiet panel today, Liberal.
Yeah,
it's
very quiet.
This is an anomaly.
Do you often get those Z people on here?
I used to, but then I blocked. See, I have a group of liberals that just can't fucking stand me. They used to be like my mods and shit and used to be big supporters, but then they started calling me transphobe and a racist and a this and a that, and they started attacking me like everywhere I go.
Do neoliberals think I'm some sort of like vermin when I tell them I voted for Jill Stein? They think that because of me, even though she would have gotten all the Stein votes, she still would have lost. I mean, they treat me like that too, so I know what you're experiencing.
Yeah, so well, I was like, you know what, fuck it, because at some point I would, at one point I'm like trying to convince people like I'm not a racist, I'm not a this, I'm not a that, but then I realized like they fucking know I'm not. They're just doing this because they're virtue signaling, whatever it is, and so I just started blocking them. And that's why this panel is, my numbers are going to suck for a while because I'm basically rebuilding. And matter of fact, I use Milk That Cow. He used to come up here quite often, but he hangs around with the same people. So I use him when I see him live on these panels with all these other people. I'll go into there and look through and see who all I can block that's part of this group of liberals, and I just fucking block them all. So I don't even look at them anymore. It's
also
helped.
Yeah. One thing I want to add: these Z people, what they do is of course they're super organized, so they go on lives and they mass like REPORT the live, any live that is anti them. It's been I was actually on like a pro Pally live like yesterday actually, and that's what they did. They come in and they start like just like in droves. So that's what they do. So I've been blocking them too.
Yeah, it really has helped. It's so now I don't I see a bunch of creators I'd never seen before because I like all like the Mojo and I have a face for radio and all of there's a bunch of creators that you kind of get lumped into in a compartment of political talk on TikTok. But I know there are tens of thousands of creators out there, possibly hundreds of thousands, that I just am not aware of because, whatever the algorithm put me in. So by blocking them, it actually forces TikTok to give me other options for political talk because that's what I do on here. And so it's, I'm starting to see a lot of new faces and it's great, honestly. And so, like, you know, I'm just, if you're offended by this shit, fuck off. That's all I can say. You know, you can't cancel me because fuck you. That's my.
I'm not
take
offended,
on it.
liberal. I'm
What's
still
up,
with
man?
you.
Hey, shit, I appreciate that. You've been around for a minute, haven't you? Yeah, you've been around
Yeah,
for
I
a
have.
while. Yeah, I haven't seen your name in quite some time, but yeah, I don't know.
I've just been less active on the lives lately. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you've probably seen some of that stuff. You know, they fucking held a live about me. It was weird. Like a 3-hour call out live, spilling the tea on the liberal loudmouth. I shit you
They're
not.
called liberals? Is that what they're called?
Well,
Liberals?
that's my catch-all term. You know,
Oh.
they're not liberals. These are fucking, you know, Clintonian Democrats, as I'll say.
I call them
not
neoliberals.
leftists, in other words.
Yes,
Yeah.
neoliberal is a yes. Yes.
Yeah. I was telling like the panel that I voted for Stein. So anytime I go on there, it's just they all just come at me, blame me for Kamala losing, even though like it's like you point out, even if you take all of her votes, I'm from Wisconsin, and if you add her votes to Kamala, she still would have lost in every single swing state. But that just goes over their head because they need someone to blame.
Yeah. Well, you know,
I consider myself a leftist, and I do like I think I don't know. You guys are gonna tell me if I'm wrong here. You know, show me some facts, or you know, show me your side. But I think both non-voters and third-party voters are in a large way responsible for what we have. But I mean, there were so many votes for Trump, you know, that I don't even know if that made a difference with the. I do think the non-voters, yes, like they screwed the pooch on this one. So I don't know.
Absolutely.
I do believe that a lot of progressives stayed home. I know a lot of people who didn't vote. I don't know what to call myself anymore, but I do lean to left. Like I do lean to the left at this point. But a lot of people stayed home because of the way how the Democrats ran their campaign. I mean, campaigning with Liz Cheney was not a good idea. They thought that they would get like these moderate Republicans to vote for them, but no, they all still voted for Trump. And then, of course, Gaza as well was a huge factor. So
I was tempted not to vote for Kamala because of all of that.
Yeah, Kamala was not my first choice, so I'll just say, but it did make sense because she was the vice president. I would have voted for a fucking toadstool to not vote for Donald Trump, but I understand why people chose to sit out. But you know, this was the danger, and this is what I tried to even tell the people that, you know, the liberals that come after me. It's like, you guys are actually the ones that got Donald Trump elected, and you don't even realize it.
Exactly.
You're pushing people out because you look for something to be offended by constantly.
And do you know, sir, like the best example of that is the DNC. They decided not to like publish their report on 2024 and why they lost. And the reason they gave, this would create more like party disunity. That proved why they lost. They're still not willing to look in the mirror and say, hey, we ran a corporate establishment Democratic campaign that did not appeal to a large chunk of our base. Another example is Kamala's brother-in-law was like the chief counsel for Uber. And he told Kamala, hey, lay off bashing these corporations as it's going to cost you a lot of money. And that's what she did.
Yeah.
And then, of course, for me, the biggest thing. Yeah.
Can I say something? Number one.
Of course, Lonnie. Welcome back.
Yeah, I had a phone call. Sorry. What is Jill Stein's stance in this current political climate that we're in? That's my first question because I haven't heard anything from her since. Go ahead.
Okay. So she still continues to speak out. She still goes to rallies. But please understand, right now, the megaphone is not on her. Cameras are not pointing on her. So unless if you follow her or see what she's doing, then you'll be able to know.
Yeah, I have seen interviews with her after talking about some of the successes that she had. You got another call? Okay, she's got to go. Well, damn it, I wanted to hear her other question too. Yeah, I didn't really know much about Jill Stein, other than, she's a Russian. I don't know anything about that, but that's the thing going around.
Yeah, that is the first thing. Okay, so in 2017, she attended a dinner where Vladimir Putin was a guest too. And it was hosted by a pro-Russian organization, and she was there. So she was against the whole proxy war in Syria. So that is why she was invited. They make it sound as if Putin had a candlelight dinner with her, and then they have been claiming on and on, oh, she's funded by Putin, she's funded by Russia, by China, even though she's spoken out against him many times. So it's just a baseless accusation.
Yeah, no, I mean, I figured as much, because the people that say that a lot are the ones that will, be offended by everything. Like I've got to show everybody that I'm really not a racist. I wonder if some of those people are actually like secret racists, and they do that to overcompensate for their own hatred of people that aren't like them. They don't want to have a public face of being a racist, so they
possibly
overdo it.
Anybody with the name Stein is a no-go in my book, though. Sorry.
Is she, or is that just,
No, she's Jewish. She's
she
Jewish.
is? Okay.
Oh, she's small headgear clan, yeah.
She's small.
No, she's Jewish, but
that's
she's
anti-Semitic.
She's an anti-Z-Jew. She considers the entity to be an apartheid state. She's been very, very vocal about Palestine. Not since the elections, but ever since she was so she's a graduate of Harvard. She's actually a doctor. So she has a medical degree. And then later on, she got some like law degree, and then ventured into politics.
So is the president of Mexico, and she's working with the cartels.
I need to investigate that, but I can't speak on something that I don't know.
Well,
But
so just going back to my point about Michael Savage, right? Like, he was a socialist. He is a very, very right-leaning libertarian, which is basically a communist, ironically enough. But I'm just saying, people have to start looking at the fact that people will tell you what they are. That doesn't mean that's what they're going to do on both sides.
True. For me, somebody being Jewish is not a automatic, because I base it on your ideology and what you believe. If you've shown that you don't stand for that kind of supremacist shit, I'm okay with it. But again, for me, it's about ideology. It has nothing to do with where somebody's from or what they, like their religion even.
Well, I want to
same for me.
I had a phone call. Sorry.
No, you're fine. Well, you had a second question. If you want,
Yeah,
I wanted to hear.
A second part to that. We're in this world where we're given who to choose, right? It's put out in front of us, right? And a lot of us don't pay attention to the things that we honestly need to be paying attention to, which is local and state, and knowing those people and putting those people in. Majority of people only worry about the presidential election, and I feel like it is all orchestrated, right? I'm not trying to say our vote doesn't matter, because it does, especially on local and state level. It matters a whole lot. But when it comes to the world stage, they push the people out that garner more attention, right? Because let's be truly honest, right? If McConnell would have did what he was supposed to do when they impeached Trump for J6, Trump should have had an insurrection charge on his record, right? He should have canceled him from being able to run again, right? He shouldn't have been able to be nowhere near this, right? But McConnell didn't do it, right? McConnell was like, I'm gonna leave it up to the states because he's no longer a president. So
he turtled up,
right? So he's the fault of where we are if we're going to, be pointing fingers and blaming and doing all of this. But the other thing is that we sometimes look at things as an individual, and we rarely look at things as a community, right? The greater good of humanity in all, right? So a lot of people voted for Trump from an individual standpoint. Oh, my business was doing better when Trump was in office. My this, my that, my this, my that, my this. And none of them look at the greater good of all humanity, right? Because case in point, the fact that he stopped payment for childcare has affected a whole boatload of people, even the people that voted for him that rely on these subsidies. Even though they come up here and they pretend like they don't, they actually do rely on these subsidies. And even if it's not them directly, somebody in their family that they are related to rely on these subsidies. And so they didn't just, cut the left off, as people love to say. They cut their own self off at the knee because he made them a promise based on their ego. He didn't make them a promise based on anything tangible, because everything he has brought forth has been to hurt and destroy some minority group. And I don't mean just black and white. I just mean as a whole. Like, we have to understand that minority means women, children, the group of people that have the less representation. And that is exactly what he's doing. And so now we're sitting up here like justifying his rude and crude behavior and saying, oh, well, I didn't vote for him. I voted for this person. I wrote in that person. I did this. I did that. To absolve yourself from the fact that you still didn't vote for the greater good of humanity, because if you know how the system is built, you know how the game is played. Jill Stein and Cornel West didn't have a chance, not one iota of a chance, okay? And then we get up here and we have these panels and we bash the people. And this goes for everybody in the political realm. I'm not just excluding right versus left, Dem versus lib, whatever. We bash the people who get up here and speak about change because they got one little blimp in their record. But then people went after a man that had 34 felonies. He was sued 4,000 times before he came down that golden escalator. He bankrupted 2 casinos, and he got sued not once but twice for unfair housing practices in the state of New York against minority group of people. This man showed us exactly who he was, and so many people ran and voted for him. Like, he's gonna save us, he's gonna save us. But then you had Kamala Harris, who on paper was the best person to be president. And in the lineage of presidency, she worked in all 3 branches of government to some degree. And we got on this app and we tore her down because we didn't like her stance on what was going on in the Middle East, okay? She was in current negotiation meetings with Biden about what was going on in the Middle East, but y'all held her foot to the fire for that. And so here we are today, a year later, having these discussions, when if we would have voted for the greater good and realized that we only have Trump and Kamala to choose from, because nobody else decided to step up and say, okay, I'm gonna challenge Kamala. Nobody stepped up. We don't push out the right people. We bash the good ones and we accept the bad ones. And that's the way the system was designed. Because if we look at the propaganda that they put out about her, so many people believed it. So many people repeated it because you got it from all these talking shows, all these.
It wasn't all propaganda, though.
And but that's my point. It wasn't. But so many people don't know how to decipher the two, right? And instead of getting up here and saying,
well,
okay,
yeah,
I said it. I said it. I pushed out the fact that, yeah, I'm not happy with the fact that she didn't speak up on Israel, but I understand. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that word, but I understand that she was in current negotiations while she was in the position that she was in. So she couldn't speak on her thought because she
I
had
would
a
like to
job
reply
to
to
do.
this as well.
Okay. So my point is that
yeah.
we are now
Can I just
here.
throw something quick?
We are now here
Yeah, go ahead and land your
in
plane.
this moment. Right. We are now here in this moment and we're singing our shoulda, woulda, couldas. What are we going to do come 28? Are we going to bash the next group of person that came in that want to do change, that want to do opposite than what's happening now? Because I hope that's where we are. And with that, I land.
Well, hopefully we'll get to a primary and not be shit on for not voting for the worst person candidate wise.
So
let's try to not do that anymore as a party.
Hang on.
But Philip, I think, called the response
This
first.
I want to.
Well, hold on, Goy. Philip had asked to go, and then you can go after that. Go ahead, Philip.
Okay, so first of all, I had no problems with Kamala like personally, yes, I believe that the right wing created a bunch of fake talking points about her, that she was like a DEI hire, all that stuff. In terms of qualifications for politicians, she was qualified. My main beef is just the hypocrisy around everything she's like basically she stood for. You talked about these negotiations that she was having. All of that, every single thing, that was not true at all. At the DNC National Convention, they refused to let a single Palestinian speaker speak. Not a single one. Kamala had that decision. She made a last-minute decision to not let a single person, a Palestinian or anybody who advocated for Palestinian human rights, to come in to say anything about that. The other side got 2 or 3 speakers. That's the first thing. The second thing is her entire campaign completely ignored the progressive wing of the party. I don't know if you were there when I said this, like basically the thing, instead of campaigning with people like Bernie, Elizabeth Warren, people who are generally considered the progressive wing of the Democratic Party, she spent her time campaigning with Liz Cheney, a person who lost her own election in Montana or Wyoming, I believe, by 40 points. She catered toward a non-existent group of people thinking that they would vote for her instead of voting for Trump, which was a complete, it did not work. I can't emphasize this enough. I'm 25. The first election I ever voted for was with Biden. I voted for Joe Biden in 2020. I grew sick of everything that happened in his term. I wanted to vote for Kamala. Maybe I might regret it now, maybe not, but I don't know anymore. But when will this, I don't know when we will get out of this voting for the lesser of two evils. So that is why I didn't vote for her. Going forward, if it's like that Palantir-backed J.D. Vance, most likely I would not vote for him. I would vote for like a Democrat. But I do want to hold the Democrats to a higher level of not taking AIPAC money. I don't know if that will happen or not, but having some sort of moral consistency that will appeal to the huge base, the progressive base of the Democratic Party, and not to these corporations. Thank you.
Yeah, Goy. Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good statement. I mean, there was a lot of things I wasn't aware of that you just mentioned. I appreciate that. So I don't know if any of you are familiar with Gerald Celente.
Yes.
He owns and runs the Trends Journal. Yes,
Bullshit.
the Trends Journal. I love that guy. He is such a fiery Italian.
Oh yeah, no,
I mean,
he'll
he'll try to call you out to a fight. He's like 80, but he was predicting that Trump would lose and Kamala would win. Now his perspective was this is going to be a great thing because then America will truly see how bad the left has become and how bad things can get before things will get better. It was wrong, but I see it in reverse. I'm glad for the fact that conservatives, Christians, a large portion of the right has seen just how corrupt and really does not care about any single voter issue on the right. And it's going to, it's radicalized the right. I mean, there's a huge split. There's a huge divide right now. I think that's, unfortunately, the Palestinians are the ones paying the price. And who knows, the Syrians, Somalians, the Sudanese, the Congolese, the Iranians, just complete world turmoil. But I feel like if Kamala would have got in there, these same things would have taken place, and then we would have expected, some great right-wing conservative savior to actually end all foreign wars, like was what Trump ran on, which got a lot of people's vote. And I think now both sides realize both parties have shit leaders. And, I think the greatest thing I've ever seen in my lifetime is that the Republicans, we're going after our own now. Democrats, you're going after your own. And I think it's going to be, hopefully, I'm not completely black-pilled. I think there's going to be a reformation in both parties where we have to give up some of the things that we want, specifically like niche issues. But as a whole, I think anti-war has become popular in both parties, unless it's against the I-state.
Yep.
I mean, we can all agree that would be a great day if we attack.
Yeah. And I want to add one more thing to your statement, sir. Or sorry, go ahead, host.
No, Philip, go ahead.
Okay. I 100% agree with you. There's, in the left and in the right, there is a growing movement of people who are sick of all these wars and also the money in politics. I believe that the 2010 decisions of that Citizens United, where all these lobbying groups and corporations could pour millions of untold dollars into these election campaigns, I think they're sick of that, and they're sick of this establishment politicians, both in the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. So hopefully we'll see an end to that, but we can only hope.
Well, what I want to see is my party stop attacking people for voting for somebody else, because let me just say, you'll never change the Democratic Party if you aren't willing to vote for somebody else. You'll never change it, because what's the consequence? They'll be like, oh, those people are so bad that no matter what we do, they'll just keep voting for me, because all we have to say is we're better than the other guy. And that's all they have to do. And they expect you to vote for them. Unless you're willing to remove your vote, that's your only leverage here, is your ability and willingness to say, fuck you, I'm not going to vote for you anymore. And so that's why I don't necessarily care for criticizing people for voting third party, because the third party voters, they didn't decide this last election. If you took every fucking third party vote and gave it to Kamala Harris, she still would have lost. So, and so in my mind, is Democrats pushing other people out by being intolerant and annoying as fuck, intolerant of other ideas, intolerant of nuance, intolerant of, whatever. And they push people out because it's hard to deal with people like that. I mean, they're just like rabidly hateful. And it may actually be worse, because they think they're doing, and to some degree they're being righteous. So they have this righteousness behind them that they believe that they're doing it for the right reasons. And so they're just, they go off and we're warriors for whatever fucking thing. So yeah, Democrats are going to have to be humbled a bit.
Yeah, but what about the fact that Trump was under multiple investigations, multiple court things we're going to go through in 2025, and because he was elected president, everything was dropped like a hat. And it's just like, anybody who because he was elected president, he's going to get away with all of this Epstein stuff or all of these e-files. We have to learn how to hold our politicians accountable, and I'm sick and tired of it not happening. It's time to make it happen. You hold your politicians accountable all the way. What is going on? Why can't we do this? I don't care if it's either side. You hold them accountable.
Yeah. Now, in this last election, I understand, to me, I was going to vote for Kamala or anybody else, that was in my party, no matter what, because it was so bad, because I knew what was coming. But I understand people that weren't to that level that I was. Anyway, Chip, did you have anything to offer before I get to officer? Because you haven't spoken in a minute.
No, I'm just listening. I'm trading Tesla right now, so.
Nice. Well, I hope that works out. Officer, welcome in, man. Did you want to address anything?
Short it, please.
Yeah, sure.
Give us the real talk.
Well, I'll try. No, I do think that the left in general needs to like reconcile a few things. Um, I like I think politics are a game of like a personal game a little bit. So like I have this issue in my own field, like in policing, where like I sit pretty on the left, almost like leftism, and I'll try to like talk to coworkers about things. And we talk a lot, and a lot of us are friends and borderline family. And the thing that I hear a lot from them is like, well, I really can't vote with X group of people because I don't think they have my interest in mind because look at how they disparage me whenever I engage politically. And I think, and while I do believe it's like an immature view, and I do tell people it's a rather immature view if you take your personal feelings about like immature people on the internet and you apply that to your politics. The reality is they're going to apply that to their politics. And so I try, unless people are being like bad actors or like they're being non-factual, I try just to give people space to like have those feelings, and then tell them that like it's okay if like you have a position and you have a profession and you stand in contrast with people who don't believe you can have both. That's okay. You just have to like, not care. And I think that the issue that I'm having in politics right now is I do think we're attacking more of the people and less of the ideas. Like a really good thing we could be doing right now is attacking the tariff numbers that are out, the party, and us, the individuals. Like I think if you're gonna be a host, talk about politics all day, maybe you should not you directly, I'm using greater you, but maybe the yous should see ourselves more as flagships to the party. That's what I try to do. Or something we could be attacking is the anti-collectivization of using our money to subsidize a little bit of our healthcare and the predicted spikes we're going to get. And now we can show, look, you wanted to go back to this rugged individualism without any, collectivization in your insurance companies, and now you're going to be paying so much money that your Americans will now be deciding again between rent and healthcare, like we were before the Obama administration. Um, and I guess my final point would be, I think overall though, like liberals and the people on the left just have to be stronger about our positions. Like I never let people skate anymore on the Obama conversation. I never let anybody skate anymore on the Biden conversation. Like I will strongly defend Biden every day of the week. I don't care if he had missteps with Israel. I don't care if he had missteps with the Inflation Reduction Act. Because the issue is once you admit the weakness of the prior administration, just leaves blood in the water for the rest of the conversation. And so I think that we have to get stronger about supporting, even as people on like that are left of the capitalist left, we have to get stronger on supporting America. That's my overall position. Like we have to get back to, this is my country. It's a great country. I love this country. I want it to be great. And in order for it to be great, we need to do these group of things. Because I think that the left has kind of put ourselves in a precarious position where we attacked our own institutions so much, we became seen as the institutionalist, and it's just not, in my opinion, it's not who the left is. That's who some of the left are, but the greater left is not that. They've never been that in history, even outside of America, and we haven't been that in our American history either.
Yeah. So, like, in terms of, like, how do you get? I don't know, because it's not even moderate. It's not even being moderate or more moderate, in my opinion, to reach out to other people. I don't know. I'm anymore because I'm a policy voter. Really,
I just meet people where they are, one policy at a time.
Are you saying Democrats need to sit together more?
No,
not at all. I don't believe you to be like. When I have conversations with people, I can be cordial but intolerant of a position. But by intolerance, I don't have to also assign a moral or ethical flaw to the person's actual person. I can just assign it to the actual policy we're discussing. And with data and information, I can show them. Like I can go to like multiple economic institutes right now and EDUs and show you the abject failure of the tariffs. That revenue isn't that there just because there's revenue doesn't mean it's even surplus or that it's even good. I can do that without also attacking a person's person.
What tangible help was it to not vote for Kamala?
Well,
how was that help tangibly?
Well, people should have voted for Kamala. If you didn't, I think you were voting. I think you voted wrong. But again, I can show you that based on policy.
Right, but well, let me ask you, Expentifundi, what good does it do to bitch at somebody right now for voting for somebody else?
That they won't do it anymore, and like that they stop. Like we need. I think we need to stick together more as a party because that's just how the system is. If you're not going to stick together as a party, then why even bother paying attention? Like in the way we have it now, like what are we going to do different? Like I'm a leftist. I wanted Bernie. Like I love the fact that Mamdani is in charge of New York right now, and that's hopefully where we're going now as a party. But enough people didn't do that last time, and it's again, yeah, it's not solely on third party, but I guarantee you, if third party and the progressive walkaways had voted, we would have. I think we would have won or been heck of a lot closer. It wouldn't have been a runaway like it was.
Or would you say that people need to be more willing to punish the party when the party doesn't listen to its base?
Not when we have active like.
I mean, I understand that.
Cases
like
against Trump.
I get that, but if you aren't willing to remove your vote from the party, they know that, and there's no leverage. Your leverage is gone. And if you're demanding that other people continue to capitulate to this lesser than, not as bad, if you continue doing that, then won't it just continue?
Yeah, I concede. I do think that there is a situation we have right now where it's going to get so bad that people will force a change on the party. I do agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, because well, go ahead. We got a couple new people in anyway. Patty, go ahead.
Yes, hey. But also, like, that's kind of what the primaries are for. So, like, and I understand the whole DNC Bernie Sanders. I'm quite far left. I actually moved over to Europe. I'm so far left. But the outside looking into the United States, like entire political apparatus sits so far on the right from like Democrat to Republican that there isn't any actual left option. But the way to get that left option into what should ideally be considered the Workers' Party, into ideally what should be considered the left-wing party within the United States, is to primary the living crap out of these people. If on a local and state level, centrist Democrats are losing to progressives consistently, that's going to shift where the party goes. Right, because on a local or state level, if you are filling up these lower ranks of the Democrat Party with these like progressives like Mamdani, who I really like people like Bernie Sanders, that's the future direction of the party, because those are the people that rise through the ranks and eventually become the policymakers within the party. So I think a lot of this is solved by like Democrats caring more about the primary process on a local and state level as well. And it doesn't seem like we as progressives really do that.
So where would that have changed in 2024? Like should more people have just primaried the sitting or the incumbent? Is that what you're saying? We should have started.
Honestly, I do think they should have done that. Not because it has any like precedence to it, but like, I think we all kind of saw Biden wasn't the best candidate in the world. And if the Democratic Party had any sort of understanding of that with their head in the clouds the way that is, yeah, they absolutely should have primaried him. They should have held him to his promise when he got elected of being a one-term president.
So, well, in your mind, then, like, do you think it's appropriate to continue to shit on people who voted for the third party?
So you don't build like the platform that you want to support in one voting period. And I can point to Scandinavian countries as like a really good example of this. The situation in the Scandinavian countries has been built with 60 plus years of voting, right? It wasn't like a light switch that flipped. It was built brick by brick with like 60 plus years constantly voting left, right? You can't do a light switch in the United States. It's not like you can, in one election, the US is going to start flipping towards like more social democratic policies. So you should be voting Democrat. You should be voting as progressive as you can in lower and middle levels. And when that filters up, then you have your progressive candidates. You have a whole field of progressive candidates ready to go.
Also, I would say specifically, no, yeah, like unless you make a stance against like what your party's doing, you're gonna continue what you're doing. Like we saw with the Democrats, like how they lost right now, and now how they lost like in the previous election. Now we see people like Mamdani coming through the vines, and them being primary as opposed to the establishment Democrat when they are proposed as a good candidate. At least those kind of options are at least trying to propose or protest against your own party in that way. Not necessarily the presidential election, but in the previous ones, does direct the party in a certain way, because it forces at least the cartel of the under cartel theory is that these actors and groups are gonna be pressuring like the leadership into saying, hey, what the fuck, I'm not getting enough votes, I'm not winning enough elections, so we need to at least push for a certain kind of policy change in our platform.
And I think that we can do better. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying that, but we did have a formal primary in 2024, did we not? I believe we had a formal primary. We even had people like Marianne Williamson, who was running as well as Jill. I don't know. Was Jill Stein a Democrat? I don't think she was Green Party.
She was Green.
So Marianne Williamson was your left candidate. There you go. That was your leftist candidate, the most leftist candidate that we had on. Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't she the most leftist candidate that we had on the formal primary that was basically rigged against any leftists by the Democratic Party?
Yeah.
We did have a Democratic primary, but keep in mind that the DNC essentially gatekeeps to who's actually on the ticket in the primary. And then in 2024, what they did was they coordinated dropouts. And so that all of these neoliberals dropped out together and put their hat behind Joe Biden, despite the fact that Bernie was winning. They did this shit all over again. And so again, they continue to engage in this behavior that you can tell they're trying to push a certain specific candidate. And the corporate media jumps in on this too, pushing this, he's a socialist, it's this, it's that. For the purpose of installing yet another corporate Democrat. And in my view, Joe Biden was his whole fucking career basically a neoliberal until he became president. Then he became more progressive, far more progressive than I gave him credit for. And because of that, because of the taxation and the shit that he was doing, they said, fuck you, and pushed his ass out and went whole hog against him. It's the first time I've ever seen the party do that to a candidate, to a sitting fucking president, no less. And yes, he was a one-term president. He said he was going to be a one-term president. I get that. But holy shit, the fact that they didn't coalesce around him says that was another coordinated effort to put in another fucking neoliberal. And we're continuing to see that they haven't learned. You have no bargaining power if you aren't willing to vote for somebody else. Green Party, for example. You have absolutely no leverage if your party knows that no matter what they do, they put this blue person in front of you who they claim is blue, when really they're just a corporatist, even though the base doesn't necessarily want everything that they have and there was a better option and the base prefers that option. No, they're going to put in front of their whoever they want for their agenda. And if you continue to vote for them, they'll continue to do it. And we're seeing now people starting to move more left after Donald Trump won, after the Democrats lost. Now you get Mamdani. And we're going to start seeing a lot more progressive candidates. Why? Because they failed. Because they did it again and they failed again. That's all I'm saying.
That is the lever. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. You go.
Well, I was saying, I do think I agree with the punishing aspect. Like, if there's certain things I can take away from this current administration, I know we all make fun of them for being in a cult or whatever, but they do have top-down control of their like influencer base. For example, there is no infighting. I saw a lot of infighting between Biden, Harris, Bernie. Like, the left has been infighting for years. We will run a candidate. We'll have major influencers speaking out against the candidate as though they'd be the next coming of the Antichrist. I think that's a really bad thing. And I think, like, the infighting amongst our leaders about not being able to get within lockstep on policy, and then us, like, some of the things that Trump was able to do that I thought was actually kind of good, even though it came off very brutish, was he said, if you don't fall in line, we will primary you. We will make sure you lose that office. And I think that we need to take a level of that into account as well. When we're talking about pushing things like for a universal system of healthcare, we're not pushing for increasing the tax burden away from the middle and lower class and onto the C-suite and the corporate classes. Democrats who speak out against that, we ought to punish them. You will be primaried. You don't vote this way, that's fine. Be the last vote you have in your career. So think about that when you go to the table today. And I think that's a fine way to do politics, because at the end of the day, and I'll land here, we have to get away from cordiality in politics. Politics is power. That's all that it is.
Cutthroat.
If you're not willing to seize it by its reins and control it, you will lose it. And I think that is squarely why we lost to a basically reformed, more mature Green Party that came back as rebranded America First, and they took that power from us en masse. We lost every single branch of government.
Yeah, I no.
I think you lose consistently because of tax policies.
I don't think so, because they're never trying to tax.
That's my biggest criticism. Well,
they're never trying to tax poor people.
Okay, but hear me out. Okay, the only candidate. Well, yeah, I know that, but the only candidate in the last 25 years that's had a clear tax policy was what the heck was his name? He was a conservative, black neurosurgeon, Ben
Carson. Ben Carson.
Ben Carson, yes,
Yeah.
yes, Ben Carson. Okay, so he was the only candidate in the last 25 years that's had an actual brought to the table, this is my tax policy. Now, you can't pull the wool over most people's eyes as far as tax policy goes. We all pay it, we all suffer under it. And I would say the conservatives, really, the majority, don't have an actual issue with universal health care or free college or cheaper college or something. But when the rubber meets the road, the Democrats say they want to tax the rich, but then where is the line drawn? Because people want upward mobility, okay, and that's what social democrats. Well, I wouldn't say that. I'd say socialists, not the far end of the communists, but socialists in Europe would prefer, some sort of upward mobility. So instead of saying, everybody needs to pay their fair share, what's the cap? I mean, of course, you don't tax the poor. At 100,000, I'm saying, what is the percentage of tax, a graduated tax system, to where, you're not going to be taxed in oblivion if you try to make $300,000 a year, for goodness sake, with, the current inflation, you're literally at the poverty level if you're making $126,000 a year. So believe me, as a conservative, I have no problem taxing the shit out of the actual rich. But you need to draw a line. Where does rich begin from the middle class?
Well,
I can be sympathetic. Go ahead.
Bernie Sanders, tax policy in 2020, it started at like $10 million, I think. There was going to be an increase in tax, a wealth tax, yearly wealth tax on anybody with over $32 million. And so the top marginal rate would have hit anybody over $10 million. And he, what he had proposed was up to 52%, I think was the change. But the new brackets that would be receiving a tax increase, I think was 250,000 plus. But at the 250,000 level, it was very minimal. But then, obviously it would get larger as it went up. But I don't even think that would go far enough. I think 52% is too low because that doesn't necessarily disincentivize paying yourself an outrageous amount, 10 million plus. But, it's better than nothing.
Well, and the issue also is when we talk about taxes and household burdens, like the numbers are in on Tax Foundation and like in other economic, data collecting centers. Like we're mostly getting the tariffs on China. It's mostly on consumer goods. And now we're also seeing that as old stock has dwindled, that the price increases that were not going to be shifted from the seller to the consumer are shifting to the consumer. And even Tax Foundation has said, well, they adjusted their numbers actually. It's now that the average American household is paying somewhere between $1,100 to $1,400 and what's called duties now, because that's what it is, because of the tariffs. That is squarely a tariff issue. So we've burdened the middle class when we swore we couldn't burden them anymore, primarily because it's our biggest consumer, with more taxation for revenue for the government tariffs. And we've also disincentivized like international trading, while we could just raise taxes on people who have less diminishing return value, which is the wealthy. I would agree 10 million is probably a good place to start. In our Fortune 500 companies, maybe we can leave mom and pop alone a little bit. But we chose tariffs. So I guess again, this is the difference. Like,
yeah, but you need to clearly define it. I mean, someone, some people just having a minimum balance of $25,000. Yeah, but like some people having unrealized gains in a trading account with a $25,000 minimum balance to be able to day trade, they so, in my opinion, unless it's clearly defined, are going to feel like they're being suckered into, quote unquote, fighting the oligarchy, taxing the rich. Yet, if they make 10,000 shekels, in a year, and it's unrealized, they feel like every bit of hope they have is gone. So, I'm just saying, as I'm advising you, really, from a conservative side, you need to draw a clear line and make it known to everybody, because I think that's the sentiment of most conservatives that would possibly vote left. Are they really going to just tax the rich, or are they just going to tax everybody to oblivion?
That's what Bernie said. Yes, and I think that when it comes to unrealized gains, that conversation got lost. That conversation came because we saw Elon Musk spend hundreds of millions of dollars in unrealized gains and didn't pay a single penny, but he bought a multi-billion-dollar business. And what we're saying is, you can amass your assets if you want to. I don't actually have a problem with that, even as a leftist. Go get your bag. I don't give a shit. But when you go to buy something with those assets, get your bag. I want bags too. But when you go to move that asset in a way that purchases an actual thing, we're going to tax that, because it isn't fair that you have a lot of money, you amass your wealth, and you pay nothing back to the American people when you go buy these big expensive things with your assets that you are claiming you don't have, but you're buying things you don't even claim don't exist. That's weird.
And all billionaires are buying is things that influence everybody else. There's so much money that they have, they'll just buy the damn country. Like, are you okay with billionaires, Goy?
Well, and also, like, they tax wealth for poor and middle class people, but they don't tax the wealth for the wealthy, like your capital gains, right? You don't pay any taxes on it until you actually sell it. Bullshit. On your house that appreciates, you pay fucking tax every year on your property. You pay it on your car. You pay it on all the shit. But when it comes to capital gains or, the sale of stock or owning stocks, they don't want to tax it because it hasn't been sold yet. Fuck that.
Bring back the 90% marginal tax rate.
Yeah, and tax fucking, if you have over a certain amount of fucking money sitting in stocks, tax that shit every year. Fuck them.
these loopholes that
Wow.
corporations use. Where like back in like the 60s and 70s, the way that tax credits, one of the big ways that tax credits was like distributed was based on treatment of employees. So if you could provide a good life for your employees, the government would give you tax breaks to continue to do that. We need to bring stuff like that back. We can't be like, if a company opens a bank account in the Cayman Islands, they shouldn't be getting a tax break for having, international trade or whatever, right? Like,
yeah,
Well, that's what I was saying, like-
if the ratio of corporate pay to employee pay is below a certain amount, give them a tax break.
I don't think conservatives agree with
Right?
us. Right? I don't think conservatives agree with us on this.
Well,
I think
Goy
they would
is
if
a
they could see the-
conservative.
Well, I think they would if they could see the policies like actualized. This is why I
Right.
actually had this conversation with conservatives. I only really hang out like in conservative spaces a lot because I like the pushback. But the thing I've done with them is I've taken other really strong countries that are different. Like Vietnam is a really strong country by any global metric. It is an incredibly strong country. China is a very strong country, and we can disagree on some of their social stuff. I disagree with China all the time on some of how they handle their population. But what's irrefutable is their economic strength, especially Vietnam. And I think when conservatives become fearful of what we're saying about taxation and the expropriation that comes with it, you have to just show them, like Japan is another one, not a socialist country, but a country that purports well to like maybe some things that we say about healthcare, for example. You can have these things and still be wealthy and powerful and have rights and assert rights. And you don't have to like be fearful of, well, unless Johnny can get screwed over by the local company blowing up his, environment by dumping toxic chemicals in the water, I don't have freedom. We can move to a place where it's like, well, we can have more government overlays and cooperation to provide. We can do this. Like, we just got to have a deeper conversation and show
like
them.
to jump on that really quickly, like if you want to like talk about like a social democratic country, like Sweden is a really good example. Sweden has really high taxes, socialized healthcare, and all that other stuff. But like if you look at the statistics, Sweden also is the number 2 in unicorn companies in the world, maybe 3. Sweden has the second or third most billionaires per capita worldwide, right? The wealth divide in Sweden is very, very real, but it's just that because everybody pays more in taxes, the lower and middle class are more supported, and it creates an environment that allows more of these unicorn companies that America cares about to thrive.
Yeah. Well, real quick, Goy, did you want to respond? Because you are the conservative, like you're hearing what we're talking about, and it, like just hearing it may not
It
make any
sounds like
sense.
the same rhetoric. It sounds like the same rhetoric that is very ambiguous. I mean, you just said wait. Now I'm not trying to criticize you. I'm just saying, realistically, you just said Sweden is very social democratic. Everybody pays more tax. I'm saying, define it. What is poor to you? What is middle class? What is the upper echelon of society? I mean, give actual.
How do you not
I can do that.
understand what he just said?
I can actually speak to that from personal experience.
Christ, you're
So
dumb.
I make a decent chunk of money in Sweden every year. So I am currently living in Sweden. I'm an American citizen that moved over here. My effective tax rate right now is 38%. That's pretty close to what I was paying in the US, making about the same. So my effective tax rate in Sweden is 38%. Now, what that doesn't include is it doesn't include things like insurance that I would have had to pay for in the United States. In the US, I would have had to buy my own insurance. Any sort of medical condition that I would have out here is covered under universal health care. So my healthcare costs are a lot less. My wait times, before you bring that up, my wait times are the exact same, and I had really good insurance in the US. So those are actual numbers. So 38% for middle class in Sweden is what my effective tax rate is in we call it a commune here.
And you don't have a copay or a deductible.
And I know you're gonna lie to me. The one
Do you have
how much has
whatever, dude? You already called me stupid. I have no fucking time.
Yeah,
for
hold
you.
on, Chico.
So
somebody
no,
have to
do
go to
you
Dr.
have?
Wilson?
I was asking you, Patty. Do you have sales tax? Do you have other taxes that bring everything up to over 50%?
So to a certain extent, yes, if you're buying luxury items, things like food and clothing are not taxed out here. Things like if you're going to go buy electronics or cars, they are going to be more expensive out here. Alcohol is really highly taxed out here, and tobacco products, minus something called snus, are very highly taxed out here. Now, what they use the alcohol and tobacco tax for is that's specifically tied into the
Rehab.
healthcare system. So they take that, all of that money that, and Swedes love to drink, so there's a lot of it. They take all of that money that's tied into that, so alcohol is more expensive out here, and they dump it into the healthcare system. The idea being is that they're trying to disincentivize people from drinking as much, while in addition to taking the people that are the highest risk and making them pay a larger portion of their tax dollar into the healthcare system that they are more likely to use.
Yeah.
Can you understand that?
Can you understand that?
I'm just saying.
Does that answer your question? I'm not trying to be mean about anything, but does that answer your question?
You just got a hard time understanding.
No, Patty, that was.
I mean, you want to
Chico,
go there.
Chico, listen.
Chico, okay, well, go ahead.
Listen, I was.
He literally laid it out.
Chico.
For you. So we're just asking if you can understand this.
Okay, well let Goy respond, and then we'll get to Chico to make his statement. Go ahead, Goy.
Listen. I mean, transparency. I was trying to get Patty, and Patty understands this. I was trying to get him to define, an actual laid out, unambiguous layman's terms tax policies, so that if you truly have benevolent ideologies in mind, that you're not going to be railroaded by the mainstream media or anybody else, that everybody's going to be taxed to death. I mean, you're just looking for a fight. You don't even know me.
I'm not looking for a fight.
Now,
I was just trying to answer your question.
Real quick, McWaffle, I dropped you because you had background noise.
Patty, I wasn't saying you.
Yeah, he was talking about Chico. But real quick, McWaffle, I dropped you because you had background noise, and I couldn't mute you for some reason. So if you're wanting up here, you can come back. But again, stay muted when you're not talking, please. Now, Chico, go ahead.
Okay, so Patty, I understood 100% of what you laid out. You could lay out a goddamn. You could get a whiteboard and literally draw out exactly what you're trying to say to convey to this guy, and it'd be coherent and sober. And still, he'll say, "That's not, but that's not exactly what I was looking for," because nothing will change just this Neanderthal's mind in regards to what he believes in. Nothing. And even Mark Twain said you could change a smart man's mind, but you can't change a dumb one. They're set in their ways, and there's nothing you can say or do can convince them otherwise, because they're too stupid and don't have the critical thinking skills to understand anything other than their obnoxious, hateful ideology. But nice try, though, Patty.
Does what he said offend you, Chico?
It's nice to meet you, Chico.
What offends me, host, is that he's too stupid or he's too willfully stupid to admit he understands that. I understood it perfectly. I don't think Patty could say it any more plain as what he stated. It's still this Neanderthal state. Oh yeah, but that's not exactly what about the income tax and all. Anyway, Patty, you said it perfectly. I understood it. There's nothing you could say or do to convince this chud what you're trying to convey.
Okay.
Yeah, well, and I looked up the rest of the numbers as well. So because I had to. Yeah, thanks. So a lot of Sweden's tax comes from municipalities. So where you live is where a majority of your tax comes from. So I live in the middle part of Sweden. I'm not going to get into specifics on it, but I have somewhere in the range of a 32% tax on that. When it comes to national tax, you don't actually start getting national tax on anything under about $55,000. So anything under $55,000 is separated out from national tax. You don't get a national tax on that. After that, you get, I think it's a flat 20%. So let me just double check that number. So you get a flat 20% national tax. Now, combined municipal tax and marginal effective tax rates on high income might exceed 50%, but that's not hitting like that starts at upper middle class, right? So that starts when you're starting to see like 50, 70% tax rates, you're talking on things that you're making over $1 million a year. Once you're making like $10 million a year, yeah, you're going to get like a 80% tax rate on things over $10 million a year. But up until then, you're still keeping all of your money. You also have like a lot of deductibles where you have like, if you own a house, you have a deductible of what type of job you have is related to deductibles. You have, we don't have wealth taxes out here. But like a lot of the stuff is based around income, where you live, and what your possessions are. Now, we do have VAT tax, which is what you mentioned. VAT tax, it depends. I think electronics are about 25%, and I think alcohol might be a little higher than that. The VAT tax on electronics goes towards the government itself. So a lot of the government is run on VAT tax. The VAT tax on alcohol and tobacco products tends to be designated more towards healthcare costs and offset, and also towards preventative measures to stop people from using the healthcare system. So in the sense of, with my current job, I have $1,000 a year that I can put towards a gym of my choice so that I can be healthy and not use the healthcare system. Is that laid out enough for you?
It's not.
No, it's actually perfect. You can't speak for anybody. You can't even speak for yourself.
Hey, listen. Do they have? You said something about a VAP tax.
Hey,
really quick, Patty.
Listen
you
here,
said
you
something
little
about a VAP tax.
knickerbocker.
Now, do they have a VAP tax?
No, you pull your boots up by your bootstraps.
Would be paying a lot in the VAP tax.
So, Patty,
Chico, hold on.
I was going to say,
yeah. Let go. Finish. Go ahead.
So, Patty, I mean, anybody, if they're being honest with themselves, admires Sweden. And that sounds like a very straightforward, honest system where you do have upward mobility and you don't feel like you're going to be taxed to death. Now, to you, Chico, it's obvious and apparent if you've, even opened one eye into any election in the United States in the last 25 years, that Democrats never actually fully lay out a tax plan, and Republicans always say they're not actually going to tax the rich. They're going to tax you to death. So that's why I'm saying it would behoove a candidate with benevolent ideologies to actually make it publicly known exactly how we are not going to get fucked over.
I have a question. Do Republicans lay out a tax plan?
How much has Trump added to the inflation?
Yeah. Okay. Well,
how much has Trump added to the inflation? Are you okay with that?
Chico, let me just add that, look, when you hear something from news media, especially like right-wing sources or even left-wing sources, look up the tax policy yourself and read it. You'll have to run that shit through AI if you need to and ask it very specific questions. Since we have AI, you don't even have to go through the 1,000 pages of.
It's too stupid to do that.
I'm sorry, Chico. I'm still talking. You can do that because it's propaganda one way or the other, right? And so to determine what the truth is, do your due diligence and dig into it. Just don't buy what some fucking pundit is telling you because half the time it's bullshit anyway. Right? Does that make sense?
No, he can't. Agreed. He can't. It doesn't make anything. Nothing makes sense. Hey, Goy, how much has Trump added to the inflation? Goy? Oh, suddenly he can't talk. Goy?
Well, sorry, I just changed my name. I didn't know you were talking to me.
Yeah, answer
I would say
the question.
out of the 300%, 150% of it, based on his first economic stimulus.
That's not what I asked.
That was $3.2 trillion. You know, and Biden added the other 150% based on his $3.1 trillion economic stimulus.
Dipshit added to.
I said 150% of the 300% rise in inflation.
So he added. Are you okay with that?
Absolutely not.
You think he's a Trump supporter, Chico?
So how many jobs has he
Chico.
added? How many jobs? What?
Chico, do you think he's a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
He's not.
How's he not?
He's not, brother.
He's a Trump supporter.
No, he's not.
I'm sorry, Chico. I'm sorry to burst your bubble, man. But I don't think there's any Trump supporters.
Unless you think I'm lying to you, like he doesn't support Trump right now. He
sounds like Trump. Did he vote for Trump?
Well, sure, but he doesn't support Trump.
Okay, he's a Trump supporter. Trust me.
No, he isn't.
Huh?
Trust me.
These chuds don't change their mind.
I voted for him in the first term.
Okay, that's bad enough. You're dumb one time in the past. You know,
we're all dumb at some point, you know.
No,
I
I'm not dumb. I was never dumb enough to vote for Trump.
The person saying that they were never dumb is the dumbest person in the room.
They are. No, I'm talking about politics, host. Anyone who made the decision to vote for Trump in the first term should literally vacate. Should never be allowed to vote again because they're too stupid.
Vacate.
I voted for Trump in 2016.
Well then, host, I gotta say it. You should do us a favor and never vote again.
Why? Because I voted for Kamala in 2024, and I voted for Joe Biden in 2020.
Anyone that's dumb enough to get duped by this dipshit.
It wasn't about being duped, though. Chico.
It was, host.
No, it wasn't. Yes. Okay, so you're telling me you're telling me that there's only two options when you vote for somebody. It's either you support them or you don't support them. Is that what you're saying?
No. You did. If you did your homework, you would know. You'd be dumb as fuck to vote for this con man.
I did my homework, and that is why I voted for Donald Trump.
If you voted for Trump, then you know what? You're easily duped. Easily.
That's if you have a black and white view of why people vote.
I would love to play poker with you and that other guy. Love to.
You don't understand. You don't understand what happened at all. I don't even care to waste my time to explain it to you either, because since you've gotten in here, you've called people names. You've not really made any kind of an argument whatsoever. You simply criticized others.
Yes, I have.
You've done more to push somebody away from progressivism than any person on this panel.
I'm okay with that.
And you believe that you're correct.
Absolutely.
I know. That's the problem. You exist in that same fucking atmosphere as those other people. And you're white. Are you white?
You probably got duped by Bush too.
Are you white?
No, I'm Mexican. You probably got duped by Bush. You going into Iraq. You probably got duped. Oh yeah, get in there. Get those WMD. You probably are like you're probably like.
See, this is the problem with liberals.
Oh man, you got duped.
No, this is the problem with neoliberals, I should say, because Chico is just proving what I said like 15, 20 minutes ago. Chico does more to hurt this country than to help it, while simultaneously believing himself to be some self-righteous 100%. Fucking savior of this country. Like, you come in here with absolutely zero understanding of any person on this panel.
I didn't vote for Trump.
You thought that Johnny or Goy was a Trump supporter. He wasn't. You were wrong. You didn't even acknowledge the fact that you were wrong. You didn't apologize for being wrong. You then claimed that I didn't understand Donald Trump. You told me that I should never vote again.
I didn't know you voted for Trump. Holy shit, man.
Yeah, I cast a vote for Trump.
Were you doing drugs in 2016?
And see, there you go. Again, with your assumptions.
I'm just asking you a question.
And I'm just explaining
Were
how
you-
you
were you
are
hooked-
more of a danger to
were
this
you-
country
were you
than
hooked on
any person
Molly?
up here on this panel at this point.
Were you
You
heavily
should
involved?
stop. Chico, you
Do
really
you-
should
Heavily
stop
involved in
engaging
drugs.
the way that you engage with people. You should stop
I'm
that.
not. I'm
You
not.
should.
Chico, do
You
you, so you
I'm not.
truly believe in like progressive policies, right?
Of
Just to
course.
be like, okay. So
Yes.
if you truly believe in progressive policies and you want what's best for the United States, the only way that we're ever going to reach that is if we bring people towards our side.
No, they're not.
Because otherwise,
you really think
progressivism.
they're on our side?
Yes, I
No,
have a
they're
lot
not.
of I have a
They're too
lot of
stupid.
friends that have left the Republican Party
Yeah,
in the
well,
past 5 years. So,
mhm.
and I've seen it with
It's
my own
okay
eyes,
to
and
call-
that's the
but
only.
Patty-
It's
Patty,
intolerance.
it's okay for calling them inarticulate chuds if they voted for Trump one time. They should accept that as their, as their penance for being so fucking stupid.
While you
That's the
believe
second
that,
time in 2 days I've been called inarticulate. My God, I must be causing some waves.
Patty, it's penance for being so fucking stupid.
and again, while you believe that, and like that's your personal belief, that's fine. I have no issue with that. My issue is when you represent progressivism as this
I
super
represent Chico.
aggressive. Yeah, but
I
you're coming onto
I
panels and
represent
talking about
Chico.
progressive. No, but you're not. When you come up to these, when you come up to, okay,
Chico.
can I finish my conversation thing, please? When you come up to these panels and you say that you're progressive and you are coming up because you're progressive to have these conversations, as much as you don't maybe agree that you are for those people in that panel, the face of progressivism.
No,
Right, and anybody who
Chico
would have been
reps
on the
Chico.
fence, yeah, but if anybody who would have been on the fence
They'd have
is
been like,
gonna
what
look
the
at
fuck
that and
is
go,
this?
what the, yeah. So
Chico don't
like
care. Chico reps
anybody,
Chico.
so that's actively damaging the cause that you
are.
believe in.
Fine.
That's right.
I'm okay with that.
But then you don't actually
Like,
believe in the
look,
cause.
It's
I do.
it's one thing to be critical, but Chico, you
A man left
and
that had 100,000 followers that was right above you.
yeah, he was probably sick of hearing that. But Chico, look, you came up here with a lot of
Yeah,
assumptions,
chill.
right? And you were wrong pretty much on all of your assumptions.
No, I'm right.
And see, therein lies the problem. This is
Yeah.
why
You
the
voted for
Democratic
Trump.
Party
You voted for
continues
Trump.
to
Your
get
penance is because
fucked.
fucking stupid.
No,
Seriously.
I cast a vote for Donald Trump. I did not vote for Donald
Well,
Trump.
then were you on Molly at the time?
It doesn't matter my reasons for doing so.
Well, then
But you
your
made a
penance
statement
is-
that if you ever voted for Donald Trump, that you should never vote again.
I agree.
And that's why I
100%.
told you that I voted for Donald Trump in
Well, then
2016.
don't vote. Do us a favor. Don't vote.
Right.
Can I say this
And
real
I'm
quick?
telling
Please.
you, stop talking to people because you're hurting the country. You're hurting the
not.
party. Yes, you are,
I'm
Chico.
only repping Chico.
Yes, you
I
are.
rep Chico.
No. You're up here pushing your bullshit. You act just
It's
like
not
the
bullshit.
same fucking people that have been doing all of this crap for a while
okay
now,
with that.
harming other
I'm okay
people
with that.
to force them to do what Chico wants them to do. That's what you're doing. You're a very
You
harmful
should.
person, and now you're
You
getting
should.
called out on it. You're having
That's
to deal
fine.
with the same thing that you think that you have a right to
No.
deal, force other people to deal with. Yes,
do as I
you're
say,
trying to
we'll be a
bully
better
people
country.
around, and you're not going to bully anybody
No,
around
that's
here.
fine.
You're getting called out
That's
for
fine.
it.
That's fine. I'm just being honest.
I know it is fine. I know it's fine. I'm sick of
I'm
hearing
just-
that crap. Look, it's one thing to criticize somebody's ideology. It's another thing to come up here
And I
and
did.
you should never fucking vote again. You should this
You
and that.
shouldn't.
That's stupid. That's stupid.
You should.
That's bullshit.
What do they
That's
do in
harmful.
Japan?
That's
what do the
anti-American.
samurai do? What do samurai do?
Well, they don't do
Say
this.
this. Can I say this? I want to
Yes,
say
they
something
do.
to you.
What's up,
Chico.
Lonnie?
If
on the left.
samurai
Hold
does
on,
something
Chico.
against their
Chico.
they will
Chico.
unalive themselves for
Chico.
penance.
Chico.
You should be able to let me call you a
Chico.
dumb chud for voting for Trump at least one time. At least say
OMG.
that.
You sound just like all them people on the right that you like to argue with
Yeah, I
every
don't
day.
care.
Number one, you came
But
up
I'm
here
right,
with full disrespect because the prompt up there says stay muted when not talking. You were the only person up here that was not muted when you came up, and
That's
you
fine.
interrupted everybody when
Yep.
they tried to make a point. Number
That's
two,
right.
right? I'm on the left, okay? But I have
Yeah, I don't
enough
care.
wherewithal to go do some information digging and understand a different person's perspective and why they may have chosen to vote
I
for
don't.
Trump. Either the first, that's exactly the point. You're intelligent.
That's MAGA.
You're
It's blue
unintelligent.
MAGA. It's blue
Okay,
MAGA.
you're unintelligent. Okay, you're low informational, Chico. That's the
You're all
problem. You're
alone.
letting your ego make decisions for you and not your knowledge, okay? Because everything that these people are
Yeah,
up
I'm
here
okay with
saying
that.
is verifiable. But all you did was make people on the left look exactly like the way they say we look over here
Yeah, I
on the
don't
left.
care.
And I'm tired of being lumped into a group of people that act like you because there's
Yeah, I
no
don't.
reason for the
I don't care.
disrespect, okay? We
You're so
cannot have
lonely,
good
bro.
faith conversation when people
Right.
are over talking, not listening to understand, and refuse to go figure out the research because you assumed, which means ass out of you and me,
Yeah, that's
that
fine.
Goy was a Trump supporter and you're okay with that. But then you get up here and play victim because he may or may not have voted for Trump. We know that Lib said that. He voted for Trump once, he voted for Biden, and he voted for
Yeah,
Harris,
and you didn't
okay?
hear what I
There's
said.
this word called
I
mistake,
said
and you don't like to
no,
admit
no
yours.
one's. If you're that
That
dumb,
is the
if you're dumb
problem
enough
because everybody
to
on this
make
panel
that
can
mistake,
admit that they
you
made a
should
mistake.
relinquish your vote. Here
No,
on
Hey,
out.
what happens when all the lives
okay.
ban
Let
you,
me
Chico?
let me say this. I don't
Hey,
think that
Chico.
I don't think that I made a mistake when I voted for Donald Trump.
Oh,
Because the reason I
you're
voted for
doubling
Donald
down on
Trump,
this?
well, let me explain. If you want to hear the reason of
You're
voting for
doubling down
Donald
on
Trump, a lot of
stupid?
people actually did it this way because the Democratic Party does not listen to its base. The party officials do not
How does
listen
that work
to their
out for
base.
us?
Well, it's actually working out great because now we have Mamdani, and we're starting to see more progressive candidates.
We got a mayor.
Hey,
So
Chico, I voted
that
for
is the
Trump.
reason
We got a
that I
mayor.
voted for Donald Trump in
winning.
2016 because the
How is
Democratic
how's
Party
your health premiums
doesn't
now?
listen. I've been a Democrat my whole life,
How's your
and
health
when I
premiums
saw
now?
what the DNC did to the most progressive candidate that I would have ever been able to vote for, when I saw what they did, I said, fuck you. Because I don't let people treat me like shit and continue to be friends with them. I don't allow that.
So you voted as
And
spite.
so that is
Nice,
absolutely
knucklehead.
correct. Yes.
You
And I would do it
knucklehead.
again.
Hey, how's our premiums
I
now?
would do it
How's your
again.
health premiums
Hey,
now?
you're welcome.
My
By
health
the way,
premiums are
Chico,
great.
You're
Chico,
dumb.
Chico,
You're dumb.
you're welcome, by the way, that now we're getting
No,
Mamdani
you're
candidates.
dumb. No,
in.
I'm fine.
Yes, and
hey,
it was because of
Chico's
people
living large.
like me.
Doesn't bother Chico.
Yeah. Yeah.
Chico's not living a
It does
paycheck to
bother you
paycheck
because
like
if
you
it didn't
ignorant
bother
chuds
you,
are.
you
Yeah.
wouldn't be up here running
And
at
Chud's
the mouth.
and
Because
Chico's got
unbothered
health
people
care.
don't
He's
say
got money in his
things.
pocket.
You're
Is
bothered.
that your demise that
Chico
you're
and
so
Chung.
stupid?
Hey, come on, man.
Chico is bothered. Bothered.
No, I'm not
Triggered.
bothered. I
He
just
The
don't
is.
like
highest
dumb
level of
people.
triggerism.
I'm
Chico is the
asking
most
you,
triggered.
Chico,
Yes.
as someone
Exactly.
that claims to have some type of balance, relinquish your vote here on out for being too stupid, even if it was one time.
How does any
The
of this
name
help,
calling
bro?
is wild, Chico. For
Do
somebody
us
that's low
a
informational,
favor.
you should be careful calling people stupid because you don't even know what
I'm
that word
not
means.
careful. I'll
Look,
say it
Chico.
again.
Chico, hey,
Relinquish
Okay.
Chico,
your
hang
vote
on.
here
I
on
mean,
out.
Hey,
I
Chico.
found this. I found
here's a
this slightly
look.
Hey,
amusing.
Chico.
Hey,
I'm probably
Let's.
further left than you.
slightly amusing.
And
But
I'm probably
go ahead.
further left than you, Chico, by quite a bit.
Yeah, I don't care.
Like, and I back it, but and I was a Bush fan when he came out. And I wasn't old enough to vote.
Too.
Now, there's a reason that everybody has these beliefs, and reaching understanding between those reasons is how
Yeah, I
you
don't
change
have
people's
that
minds.
time. You can. I don't.
No, well, you clearly have the time up here.
Oh, I'm working right now. Wait until I get called in a meeting. I'll be gone. But I'm just trying to. I'm
You're
trying
definitely
to
working my nerves. That's for sure.
So I've been
You're trying to
coming on.
what?
I've been
I'm
coming
trying to
on
educate
liberals.
you ignorant chuds. You know.
In
Does
what
anyone
sense are
at
you trying
work
to
like
educate
you,
anybody,
Chico?
though?
Again, there's going to be another Trump. Another dipshit like host is going to say, "Well, I don't like what the Democrats did to me, so I'm going to vote for this guy again." It's going to happen with these ignorant chuds. It will happen again, host, with you.
Let me take you back a few years, almost basically 100 years. Let's go back 100 years, Chico. We never would have had the New Deal without the Great Depression. Never would have happened.
Then
We would
what's
have
your
continued
point?
on. The
Okay, what's your
Technocracy
point?
Inc. would have maybe come to
Yeah.
fruition at that point because they were trying it back then too. Because if people don't feel the fucking pain, they will just keep doing
But
what
it's
they do.
unnecessary.
No,
What
it
did-
is
what did that guy
necessary
just say?
because
No, it's not
clearly,
necessary.
look at what
What
we're
did
seeing,
what did
and
Sweden
people
go
still
through?
voted for Trump in
What did Sweden- what did
2024.
Sweden- exactly,
More people
77
voted for
million
Trump in
of
2024
your
than they
brethren
did in 2016.
voted for this con man.
What
Why
does
doesn't
Sweden have to do this with?
Why doesn't Sweden have these issues?
Hang
So
on,
you got
Chico.
Sweden
dumb
absolutely
people
has
like
these
you.
issues. What are you talking about,
You
Chico?
got dumb people like Goy
Patty,
that
wait.
decides that
let
they
me
want
say
to
this
go
to
another
Chico.
direction.
Look,
Okay, I want to respond to this afterwards.
I've
yeah.
been
Guys are
coming on
just too
Liberals
stupid.
panel for a few. Listen, I've been coming on Liberals panel for a few months, and if the first time I came on, he was one of those chuds, as you say,
They
that
are.
says age and who did you vote for, I would have never come back on his panel. There's a reason he has an audience because he likes
Okay, I gotta go.
opposition
See you guys.
to engage in debate. Yeah, see you, dude.
Sweden does have these issues. What is he talking about? He has no idea what he's talking about. We have like SD, which is a right-wing party right here that is like gaining ground. Like, yes, of course we have these issues.
It's a global problem here. We're seeing this,
Yeah.
this right wing nonsense come
But here's
to
the
pass.
thing. I just want to say, so what I noticed before Chico's interruption was that the Goy was really okay with everything that you were saying about Switzerland, is it, or Sweden?
Sweden.
Sweden. Yeah, Sweden was okay with all of that. That they like that was very succinct what you said, and it made sense to him. But the minute that any of those policies get brought over to the United States, or we lay out a policy like what liberals said Bernie did, that's incoherent or something. I don't. Is that what not what I'm hearing?
You guys
It's-
you guys primaried Bernie out.
Yeah. Well, they
Yeah, tell me about
they shoved his ass out. But I think the difference though is that the
But
propaganda
I'm
that
saying,
exists
but
here.
wait, liberal,
In-
you're knowledgeable about your party and about your politics.
Right.
But hey, a guy above me, I'm sorry, I can't read your name. Not trying to be disrespectful. Please tell me a Democratic candidate that's laid an actual tax policy out for the entire public to see, starting at $0 to $20,000 to 50 to 100 to 150 to 250 to $1 million to 10 million. Please, did Hillary? Did Kamala?
Was it on her
did,
website?
Bill? Was it on her website? So it's. Oh my God, I don't know. Was it? Please tell me.
That's
Yes.
not something I voted
tell me
about.
the
I
tax
didn't.
policy
I
she
didn't
laid
vote
out.
in about that. So,
I
liberal, do you
believe.
know, was it on her website?
I don't remember. She had a bunch of shit on her website, a lot of policy proposals and stuff. So I'm not sure if she went bracket by bracket. They generally have a general overview of
I think that'd be
kind
wise.
of the idea that they're wanting. I'm not sure specific to Kamala Harris, but I can pull up. Let's see.
Did
here.
Republicans? That's the other question I have. Did
This-
Republicans lay out each and every single?
But here
bracket?
here was Bernie Sanders. He actually did lay out.
I'll wait until liberals done.
Yeah, Bernie Sanders actually did lay out the policies. And a matter of fact, because one of the things that he was pushing was like Medicare for all. Of course, I think they need to rename that. I think that's I don't know. It was like 4.5% for payroll employees, and then 7.5% for I believe corporate tax. But you would have no health insurance costs. There'd be no premiums, no copays, no deductibles. That would cover everything. That basically 12% increase on just the overall, but it'll still save you like 3 to 7% overall for people that have health insurance. But yeah, it was laid out. They did lay it out.
And I mean, I don't know where experimental. I don't know what your name is. I don't know where you're getting this
Ex-Pentecostalist
idea. I don't know how long
fundamentalist.
you've been. Oh, okay. I understand. All right, you have trust issues. I'm sorry. And believe me, I know some Pentecostals. But anyways, I don't know how long you've been here, if you heard me, but I don't know where you seem to get this idea that I thought that would be a bad idea if those ideologies or fiscal policies would move to the United States. I mean, I explained earlier, and this is not just me. This is a large majority of the country. Most people are financially illiterate in the first place. I mean, yeah, Keynesian economics, supply side economics, all these financial, jargon inventions to confuse the people is a big issue. But that's why I'm saying lay it out, in layman's terms for everybody to see. Use that like every time you run an ad, for goodness sake. Don't say, "Oh, Donald Trump is a felon." What are you bringing to the table besides you're not as bad as that bad guy? Come on.
Yeah, so just for the record, she also had one, but I don't think it was like laid out like like an Excel sheet or whatever. It just goes through like expand the base of net investment income tax to include non-passive business income and increase the rates for the NIIT and the additional Medicare tax to reach 5% on income above $400,000. So she did lay all this out. And it, would be there, and then other people would analyze it, like tax professionals or whatever would analyze it.
That's not satisfactory to people.
Right, but see, and that's the problem. And what I was trying to say earlier, in defense of Goy, was that the problem, when he was okay with it for Sweden, but when it comes to the U.S., he changes his opinion. The problem is that the propaganda being put out there by the things that he would listen to, I assume, Rush Limbaugh, Levin, Savage, as you had said, they push propaganda, and then that gets just accepted, and that believes that that's the case. And a lot of people, not just Goy, but a lot of people don't go out and look it up either. But that's we really should. It's just due diligence.
You can vote for Trump, but do you see what somebody just said in the comment below? It says, so Trump can be as vague as possible. You all see the hypocrisy? So what that comment is saying is that, okay, so she had a policy on her website.
Please, I did not vote for Trump this
I know you
term.
I never said you did. No, I never said you did. But you are saying that the reason why
I get the hypocrisy
she
of
lost.
MAGA. I get the hypocrisy of MAGA.
He's not saying that. I think
Okay.
I think he's keep going, but I don't think you're going to there.
Okay, so no, so he didn't say that. Okay. So Kamala did lay out a plan, but maybe if we laid out more plans more often, more people that voted for Trump
No,
would
not
have
more
voted
plans
for
more often. I'm saying keep it simple, stupid. I'm saying when you run ads, I was just trying to be polite to, like, I was trying to be polite to people like Patty, people like Liberal, that probably have think tanks that they pay millions of dollars for to understand, okay, how do we get the middle class, white, suburban woman vote? How do we get, the farm dwellers vote? How do we get all these things? And I was simply saying that, I would say the consensus of conservatives, the large majority in America, do not have an issue with free healthcare, with cheap or free university or college, baccalaureate program, whatever you want to call it. But I'm saying that everybody knows that these things need to be paid for. And conservatives have trust issues as well. They feel like, okay, you're saying you're going to fight the oligarchy, you're going to tax the rich. But then the Republicans spin it and say,
they're going to raise taxes on you.
Tax the shit out of everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, and Democrats often get into the weeds. And so you listen to 8 minutes of a Democrat go on about, watching fucking paint dry about tax policy, and you start to snooze. Now, to people who follow this shit and find that, entertaining might listen, but the average American is not going to hear that. They want to hear like
But they
simple
listen to
fucking
Joe
shit.
Rogan.
Well, yeah. But that's also kind of simple shit too.
I want to say that he brought up these ads that were propaganda when the right did it to Kamala Harris too. Like, if you're
Yeah.
gonna call BS on one side, you got to turn around and call BS on the other, right? Like, you can't point the finger and say, "Oh, well, the right side, the left side did all this and all this and all this," and then conveniently forget about what the right did. Now, I don't have an issue with who you voted for, right? Like, you voted because there was a reason that you voted. And I said what I said earlier as a blanketed statement, not to say that Lib regretted his vote. But there are a lot of people, like you said, Lib, that was like, you know what? We gonna go vote for Mamdani. You know what? We gonna go vote for people on the right? Because those people regretted their vote after seeing what has been happening now, right?
Mhm.
But you still have people that get up here and they poke holes because things on the left isn't perfect to the point that they want it to be. But on the right, they're like, we don't care. He's a 34-time felon. He said he was going to lower my taxes for my business, so I'm going to go ahead and vote for him. And I don't mean to make fun of nobody, but do you see what I'm saying? Like, they don't pick holes in the right as much as they do in the left. And then they don't take time. And even Chico, do not take the time to go read and understand what is happening. He is so triggered from being in these lives that he just came up here and was just like, you believe now, and calling people names. And that doesn't make for a good faith
Right.
conversation. You know what I mean? Like,
That's right.
to understand where the next person is coming from and come to a middle ground and understanding what is it that needs to be changed. And what we all have come to the common understanding is that this is the same eagle, and some of us are on the right side of it and some of us are on the left, and we need to change this bird altogether. And with that, I land.
Yeah, and
Is
but
my
now,
approach being
just for the
wrong? Is
record,
my
Eagles look like Falcons. Just got to say. I don't know if you guys knew that, but they look just like Falcons. Did you guys see that picture of that Donald Trump put out there about the windmill?
Yeah,
It was a
I did see that.
picture of a falcon. He's like, oh, they're killing eagles. Fucking
Yeah, I
idiot.
remember that.
Anyway, sorry. The same bird that attacked this man, he didn't know the difference. Anyway, somebody was going to say something. I just had to interject.
I just was saying, can someone share with me how I could have done my approach differently? Like, am I just as bad as Chico?
No.
What'd you say?
No, we
No,
sat here for
I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to lash out at you, man.
we sat here for 4 hours. By the time Chico came up here, not a single we weren't arguing. Even Goy disagreed a couple of times, I think, during the course of this. It was a generally good conversation, and then comes in the extremist liberal, the I'm right and you're a fucking piece of shit, and trying that nonsense. I'm done with it. I'm done with that. I'm just over it. So just riling shit up. It's the same shit they do on the right. You've got those crazy fuckers on the right that do the same shit, and we've got to get to a point where they are the outcasts. They put themselves in a fucking bucket over there, and they can go crazy on each other. Because they're the outliers.
Like you said, somebody else said it before you, but you agreed with it. Like, we have to start holding people accountable for their actions and their choices, and I believe, like, I honestly, truly believe that everybody that voted for Donald Trump had their reason, right? And you're entitled to your reason, your opinion, and your vote. That's why we all have one, But we have to come together as a collective and really ask, like, how do we fix this moving forward? How do we have something that we all can benefit from moving forward? VP Harris, she wanted to build 4 million more homes in her term, and that would have crashed the housing market. This thing that they're doing, hoarding homes. And if she would have built those homes or put into programs so those homes could be built, then the housing market would have crashed, you know what I mean? Because there would have been enough housing to meet the demand and maybe bring down the pricing of housing, right? But a lot of people got their panties in a bunch because it was for first time home buyers, and mostly everybody that had a problem with that already owned their own home. But I think there's that caveat that if it's been 10 years and you buy another home, you can still be classified as a first time home buyer. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that was the point that I was making, is that people didn't listen to her per se. Like, people didn't watch her speak per se. They listened to like Joe Rogan and CK and Groyper Boy, and they formed an opinion off of that. And then they got offended because somebody told them what to think. And instead of doing like Lib said, look up the policy, put it in Google Chat, ask for it to be dumbed down to whatever education level you may be sitting at. And I'm not calling nobody dumb. I'm just saying, trying to read legal law, and all this, they write it weird for a reason. And so, yeah, you got to go get it simplified. And then that way you can make the best informed decision on who to choose moving forward. Lib chose Trump the first time because it would help him with whatever he was doing in his life. I didn't, because it wasn't going to serve me because of where I'm at in my life. And that's how we are. But we also have to be real with ourselves and understand that he showed us who he was after his first term. And I'm sure that's why Lib was like, nope, I'm not doing it again. You know what I mean? Like,
It wasn't
I saw
worth it.
people do that. Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
not saying Joe Biden was perfect. I'm not saying that at all. But what I am saying is that looking at what works for us as individuals, yes, but are we really taking the time to understand what is being put out there? Or are we just listening to podcast bros and TikTok lives and forming an opinion, getting in our feelings like Chico, and getting up here and spazzing out and refusing to listen to understand? And that's where I'll end.
And making a lot of assumptions too.
Well, and that's why I find liberals so entertaining, because he brings up articles. You know, he does the research for us, and I wish a lot of podcasters would do that, because we all have busy lives. So when somebody like Candace is up there, rightfully so, going after Ben Shapiro, or Tucker's going after DARPA and Lockheed Martin and Raytheon. Yeah, when they're going after those niche areas, which they should also be, spending 5 out of every hour saying, okay, this bill is coming up and this can affect all Americans in a very, very bad way. So yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate that there's not a lot of podcasters that do like Liberal does. You want to talk about issue, but all right, here's the article. We're going to fact check it right now. And that's the only way to get everybody on the same page.
Yeah, because like for me, I try not to be partisan. I try not to pretzel myself. I have a viewpoint, and whether it's agreeing with the right or the left, I don't really care. I don't try to, shield anything. And I think that helps, because people who, conservatives may come here and they'll believe what I'm saying to them because they know that I'm not going to pretzel myself. And so that I'm being as honest as I can be, even to my own detriment. Like, it makes me, I'm sure to my party makes me look bad that I voted for Donald Trump in 2016, but I feel like my reasons were pure. It's like, if the Democratic Party is not going to listen to the base, then fuck you. That's literally what I said when I went in there and voted for him. It was, fuck you if you're going to do these shenanigans, to push your corporate person. And look what happened, so of course I'm not sure if the Bernie votes changed it or not. Maybe of course they would have blamed us for it regardless, and I got, still to this day I get oh, you're a Bernie bro. The Democrats blaming Bernie bros for all that ails us, but I still believe that until people are hurting, nothing really is going to change substantively. People are really going to have to feel the pain in order for them to wake up and do something about it. Maybe that's wrong, but I feel like that's true.
I agree. I agree with that. Like enough people haven't heard it enough in order to see the change and see the problem,
Yeah.
and that's on both sides of the coin because even on the left, like I was saying, there were people on the left that were poking at Kamala as well. You know what I mean? Like I'm not saying she was perfect, but they were spreading propaganda and she was on the left and they were still spreading the propaganda about her. And I know people on the right were doing the same thing with Trump. But we
Rah
have to
rah.
use our own mind and think for our own selves and make the choice for ourselves as well as the greater good of the of the country as a whole. Now look where we are. He's
Well,
turning this
healthcare
into an
premiums about to go
oligarchy.
up.
Yep. They just expired the subsidies. What was it on December 31st was the date.
Here comes the pain, guys.
Yep. And simultaneous to that, childcare gets frozen. Good luck, guys. You're going to have to stay home with your kids, which, I mean, it is what it is, but damn. Who wants to work a job just to afford daycare? Right? Because I was in that position once where you're like basically 100% of your income would, of one of the jobs, one of the two jobs in a a two-parent household would go to childcare. What's the point?
Well, I ended up driving a school bus because I could bring my child with me to work, and it's not the best paid job. You know what I mean? But I couldn't even afford the subsidies that they were asking me to pay to have childcare subsidies. Like there was still a portion out of pocket that I had to pay, and I still couldn't meet that portion. Even, so I was like,
It's
I need something
expensive.
where I can bring him with me and still, have money in my pocket to be able to take care of him at the same time. And
Right.
the fact that people think that people that work at McDonald's shouldn't make a livable wage when 725 is only 15K a year. That's all that
Crazy.
is. It's just 15K. And the fact that y'all think, oh, well, teenagers are supposed to be working at McDonald's. Nobody under 18 is allowed to count the money and take it to the bank. So then, therefore, McDonald's wouldn't be running. You need adults there. And the adults there that run the management department, they barely break 50K a year. But everybody's running to McDonald's because the propaganda machine got y'all thinking that you gotta buy food from here, there, and everywhere else. And it's adding to the problem, not helping the problem by screaming that somebody that works at McDonald's shouldn't make a wage that's livable because you're afraid that your employer won't pay you a livable wage for the job that you went to school to do, when the fact of the matter is that everybody should be getting paid a livable wage so everybody can live. And no, not everybody's asking for a 5-bedroom house and a 3-car garage either. Some of us are fine being in an apartment with 1 car and paying rent. We just want to make sure we're comfortable enough to do that and we're not robbing Peter to pay Paul. That's it. That's all. That's the bare minimum that we're asking for. And if we could come together on that, then we can make big changes.
People
Yeah.
just want to pull up the ladder behind them, though. That's the thing. Like
That's
you
true.
said it earlier about the housing thing that Kamala was going to do with building the homes. That was going to help alleviate the housing prices and the housing costs. Like that was going to alleviate that. But and you even said it in because people they were feeling like they're going to miss out because they're not first time home buyers. Everybody's about themselves. They're all about them. They only care about themselves, and they only want what they got. And if I don't care about the next guy. I'm going to pull up the ladder behind me and not going to vote. That's just the way it's going to. I don't know how to fix that right there. People are so selfish, and
Yeah.
so
Well,
they want to see other people suffer.
a lot of people want, and like, not to bring up the Scandinavian countries again, I guess, but a lot of people that I've seen have always talked about, well, we should model ourselves after them, but nobody in the United States wants to make any sort of change towards that. Like, yes, you will have to pay higher taxes. That is a part of the system. That is a part of the model. But anytime anybody ever brings up taxes on stuff, 3/4 of the country screams their head off, even though we're at the lowest tax rates we've had in 100 years. So like, yeah, I just feel like people say they want something, but they aren't willing to actually make any changes towards it. If that makes sense.
Yeah, just real quick about the numbers for McDonald's. I pulled it up. 36% are between 20 and 30. Only 6% between 30 and 40. 40 plus is 2%. Interesting. I didn't know that. Now we know. Pointless information.
Well, I mean, yeah, but at one point, people working at McDonald's could live on a one-family income. Minimum wage was to keep people from being impoverished, and now
Yeah.
minimum wage is the impoverished wage.
Right.
Like when Lyndon B. Johnson started these social programs, it was to keep us from being in a depression. And now this administration is putting us back there by tearing out all these social programs that he put in place to keep us from being in a depression. Taxes was a reason for that, so that people would have money. They kind of like a savings account. We take out your taxes. If you don't make enough, we'll give you back what we owe you because you paid too much. You know what I mean? Social Security, the same thing. You could put this away so you could have something to live on. SNAP benefits was to keep people being able to put food on their table. And he's stripping all that away, but then these jobs aren't paying a livable wage. Like we were talking about Walmart. Walmart's exploiting the worker opportunity tax credit by having their employees fill out for government assistance when they get hired, because the system says that as long as someone is getting government assistance within 28 days of you hiring them, Walmart gets a tax credit, a subsidy from the government. So they're exploiting that system while keeping their wages low and then bringing in products from other countries at a lower rate. Walmart comes into communities and eats profit for 10 years. They don't make a profit for 10 years in a community so they can push out the mom and pop. And then once the mom and pops are gone, then they jack their prices up to where people can only shop there. So then those people that get government assistance turn around and spend their food stamps at Walmart, get their prescriptions from Walmart. Walmart's making money hand over fist, but yet there's so many people that refuse to see that and be like, oh, you should just get a better paying job and you wouldn't have to worry about it. No, this is what they're doing to us. They're exploiting us. And we sit here and argue for it. And I say we as the American people, but a lot of people on the right argue for this to keep the billionaire and keep the poor, while at the same time you standing in the middle with no pot to piss in or window to throw it out of. It's crazy to me.
Yeah,
Preach. I gotta jump, guys, but it's good talking.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Let me read this real quick. This is as it relates to minimum wage. This was the statement made by FDR. It says, in my inaugural, I laid down the simple proposition that nobody is going to starve in this country. It seems to me to be equally plain that no business which depends for existence on paying less than living wages to its workers has any right to continue in this country. By business, I mean the whole of commerce as well as the whole of industry. By workers, I mean all workers, the white-collar class as well as the men in overalls. And by living wages, I mean more than a bare subsistence level. I mean the wages of a decent living. That was the purpose of minimum wage. And it should have been an automatic increase every time that the cost of living went up. It should have automatically increased.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, how does that strike you, Goy? What I just read.
That's a very patriotic statement.
Yep. Yeah, if you can't pay enough for somebody to live off of, get the fuck out. I don't know why because then you're just exploiting people to be exploiting them. And if you can't figure out how to run your business without paying people a living wage, then you're not doing it right. My opinion. But anyway, guys, I've got to wrap it up. I've got some things I got to get done. I really appreciate everybody today. I thought it was a great panel, including Chico. I hope Chico comes back after his meeting. But either way, I'm probably not going to be live tomorrow because I've got things I've got to get done tomorrow, but I'll be back for sure on Tuesday, 9 a.m. Central Time. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you all for, chilling out with me and hanging with me through the dark times. The liberals. Anyway. All right, we'll catch you guys on the flip-flop. Peace.
Yeah, catch you later, man. Peace.
See you, man.
See ya.